Damn it, Arizona! They ruined our drinks.
You tell Arizona that they're fucking messing with you. Is all I can say. Like I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here with my tea, and they're calling it tea. So
I'm gonna call the CEO of tea.
You're gonna call
and the CEO of whatever the other thing was.
Lemonade.
Well, lemonade, and I'll call the CEO of Lemonade.
Squeaky, is Tristan available? we need the CEO. We need the CEO of Lemonade.
Why is Tristan the CEO of Lemonade?
If you have to ask that, then you haven't been around Tristan long enough.
I'm out.
I don't understand.
Tristan liked Lemonade. There's nothing else.
That doesn't make someone a CEO.
That makes him the CEO of Lemonade. How dare you question his ability?
I like Star Wars. It doesn't mean I get to have any voice in the making of good Star Wars content, now do I?
If you're a coward.
Listen, you could join my game, fucko.
Look, all I'm saying.
Actually, TPK the party, dude.
All I'm saying is that when it comes to being the CEO of Lemonade, that position isn't taken up by anyone. Someone can be like in charge of Star Wars, but no one is in charge of Lemonade. As such, Jester Green is in charge of Lemonade because the position needed to be filled.
But
if no one has the position filled,
I'm gonna tell you right now, Anthony. Tristan brought Lemonade to the D dimension. I think he has some say.
There you go. What do you mean he brought it to the? He brought that from the D dimension. He gave us Lemonade.
No. The D dimension did not have Lemonade, and because Tristan likes to be at the D dimension a lot, but he also likes Lemonade, that clearly needed to change.
Well, Squeaky, I have a question for you. Do you think the Lemonade he brought in was the same when he brought it back out?
I don't know.
Nothing. What happens in the D dimension?
Whatever happens in the whatever you bring from the D dimension does not come out. That's why he had to bring them the lemons.
Why isn't? When do we get? There better be. You better make a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just like DD Lemon Squeezer or something.
Just make a Yu-Gi-Oh card called the D dimension.
I think there is. Isn't there DD card like different dimension cards?
But yeah. At this point, what do we have? There was something that I wanted to do before game today. Right. Before anything, let's say goodbye to Big Chat. Goodbye, Big Chat. Blah blah blah.
Bye, Big Chat.
Bye, Big Chat. We acknowledge you. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, there is a thing that needs to happen today before game. We have to give out a certain thing that has been a long time coming. It's been a long time since they were doing a thing. We basically back in February we had a little event, a little Valentine's event, and we just now within the past week have gotten all of the people who had won from there have just now given us the stuff. We're still actually waiting for one of you to give the full thing of the stuff, but we are
Can
going
we tell them to get off their ass?
That seems very mean.
Can I tell them that way you don't feel as bad?
You don't know who it is, so yeah, so no.
It doesn't matter. Can I just say it?
You cannot. You cannot. Because you don't know who it is, and you don't know their circumstances.
I would just tell them get off your ass and tell them where to put the 5 dice.
Just shake.
Well, they've already put the 5 here. So, anyway, besides, one of them will actually be giving them out today, and they haven't done it yet. So, don't worry about it. We have these dice over here, these little piles of Lovespirations. They finally have been given out to, by the 3 people who had won the Valentine's event, going to the Valentine's event. I'm going to use their actual names on the Discord instead of the names on the their actual Discord names. So Zero Machinations, Watt Kenny, and Under. All 3 had 15 dice to give to people over the course of the 3 other games. 5 of them to NetNavi, so each of them have given away 5 to NetNavi here. And this is the extent of what we have. So one of them, we have these 4 piles. One of them is going to be going to making sure I have this right, because I would hate to get this wrong. I'm not. So one of them goes to Vader. Here you go, Vader. here's your single love. There you are.
Why do I have which I cannot obtain?
Ever since you turned him, ever since you turned Lotus into a salad, it's just been.
Here is Yome's one love. Here you go, Yome.
This doesn't surprise me.
Here is Paradox's no love. Here you go, Paradox.
Thanks. Appreciate.
Here is Cross's 6 love.
Wait, what?
And here is what 7 love.
You know, that one
Thanks, I
feels
guess.
that one feels appropriate. Watt needs love.
So that would normally be the end of it. We're not gonna say who gave to what, blah blah blah. That would be the end of it. But there is technically one winner that I've been waiting to say things about. Because I wanted to wait until we actually were giving out the love spiration. But one person correctly made and predicted the winner of it. So Squeaky, here are 5
yay.
love spiration you can give out to the people of Navi.
Yay, I guess.
who you giving those out to, Squeaky?
Here you go, Paradox.
He did it.
Thanks.
Look at that 5. Look at all that love.
Thank you.
Here, you can have my. You can even have my.
You
own.
can't
I
you
don't
can't
fucking
give away
need-
the one that you were given. You can't give away
fucking-
your love.
God damn it!
You take that love. You take it.
I don't want it because does it come with a gift receipt? Can I get it? Can I trade it in for a gift card?
I don't even know who gave you that love. How dare you? But yes, we've been waiting to give those out, and Squeaky, for the remainder of the other 2 games as well, once we get all of the ones from all of the people who have done things. One of you have only given me the ones for NetNavi. You haven't given me the ones for Zelda and Avatar. Once we
Get off your ass!
once we get the other ones for those, then we'll be able to give those out. But during Zelda and during Avatar, you'll have 5 more to give off to people.
Oh
In
yeah.
each of those games, because you were the one that predicted the eventual winner of that.
Oh yay. We already know where it's gonna go. This is not gonna be a surprise.
Well, it might be a surprise, especially depending on the amount of people that have done things for the other 2 games. I'm not gonna spoil where the other 2 splations have been placed. Don't worry about it.
I'll divide it as I see where everything else goes. I
It's
don't
a
know.
secret for later.
So the love spirations are unique, just like how the pump spirations and the holiday ones, whichever one, the winter, whatever. Well, just like those 2, they can be used to re-roll a dice retroactively. So after you roll, you can use one of them to do that. However, they also have another interesting little tidbit to them. In that, for each dice that you use, if it's used for anything to have to do with Link in this game, this is going to be a +3. So anytime you guys use a love spiration on a Link related roll, you're going to add a +3 onto whatever your roll was.
Oh, okay. I guess it's no one else. Yay!
The chastity belt is coming
Yeah,
up. I
that's-
guess.
Well, you see, I expected there was gonna be one, and then I realized that the only one who really I think would say yay from that just gave away all of her love spirations.
Well,
But
I operated under the assumption that I couldn't give them to myself.
you can
and
give
I
them to
didn't
yourself.
Like
I said wherever you wanted to put them.
I didn't want Anthony to not have any.
So he has
So he
the
has
third most
all of
now.
them
Which again
Man.
is very nice, very nice.
That's going to be really
Yeah, man.
useful for.
And you can
fashion
just
flex.
put on poem anyway, so it doesn't matter. You can just rap battle your way to people's hearts.
I also just have the highest link, so
You also can just Ultra Instinct Link.
Ultra Instlink.
Ultra Instinct.
With all that being said, looking back on the other things. There have been some follows. Thank you guys very much for all of your follows. There's been a lot of follows today. But there was also from King Meatus a bit donation of 1,200 bits. It says Flix needs more inspiration. Have I prestiged her yet? Let's find out. Let's look at Flix stuff over here. She has quite a bit. And so here's all of Flix. We're just gonna grab this here. Just grab this bag. You gave 12, so that's gonna be 6 more. And instead of counting all these up, I'm just gonna go. That is exactly 30.
Hey,
Perfect.
look at that.
Perfection. That is a prestige up Flick. But where have she
Prestige up.
gone? Has something bad happened to her yet again? Who's to say?
I take my eyes
Over
off
her
for
knee.
5 minutes.
You don't have eyes.
Shut up.
I took my no eyes off of her for 5 minutes. Looking through the rest of things here, obviously we have quite a lot to do today. We had quite a lot happening last time as well. With all of that being said, I think we're ready to go in on this little thing here. Does anybody want to say what happened? Start talking about what happened last game?
You can't make me do it twice.
I can make whoever I want. I'm gonna
I
complain.
can cry. I will cry on stream.
So usually, whenever she doesn't want to do it, she lets me know beforehand. So I'm guessing that you're fine doing it this time, Squeaky. Yep.
It's the last time on Net Navi. Okay, hold on. Let me just draw. This was supposed to be a watermelon.
Yeah.
How was that supposed to be a watermelon?
It looks like a
It's
cupcake.
been through some things, okay?
Looks like a monster pie.
Pac-Man?
We talked to a melon. And then it became the Savannah show for the last 3 hours. The end. Hold on. Wow. What is wrong with me today? Okay.
What is wrong with you today?
That's a great question. I've been surviving off of 1 meal a day for the past week. And I don't remember last game. Just a lot of Savannah. It was like we were in
Do you
the
remember the
jungle.
stuff you were a part of then? Because you kind of glossed over that part.
Give me a minute. We offered Shutter a makeover.
All right. So last time, when you guys were in here to the Net Navi game, because I just kind of want to get through it, without having to worry about it. So, last time you guys had major way to Savannah's actual house, going through the motions with Melon beforehand, just kind of having some chats about what she's all about, what's going on with things, all that different stuff. As you guys had made some bit of a impression on each other, you had decided to bring her over to speak with Alan, and upon making your way there was the bit of a interaction with Shutter, which basically showed him that he had brought each of you back your backup data. Sorry, I couldn't think of that word for a second. He had brought you guys back your backup datas, and as well, he had told Yome that he had something else for her once he feels that Yome can actually use it. All of them made their way through over toward the eventual correlation of the group, but while that was happening, we also had Cross making her way over towards Savannah's grandmother's, going to Grandma Pigeon's and cleaning up the most important thing in the world, which was a plate just outside. after getting it sprayed down with a garden hose, because obviously that's how you
Yeah.
clean things. Whenever that had gone down, eventually through talks of what was going on with Grandma Pigeon not really having too much of a want to chat with anyone or anything like that. Eventually, you guys would talk to her and try to get her to give more information, but it was very much shown that she was not willing to talk while Savannah was in the room. But you did learn that that she did not want to eat the food that was given to her because the food was given to her by Savannah's mother. When Cross made her way towards Savannah's house, she was able to see Savannah's mother, which turned out to potentially be the faceless Navi, which is kind of weird.
It was just a totally normal reporter.
No, a totally normal reporter that
With
also
pants
works
on
as a
and a face.
programmer.
Shush.
The report grammer. As Cross had tried to diffuse any sort of situation that could happen from there, trying to make sure that things were said and done. Just after the conversation, she told Savannah how sus the situation is, started looking into the actual windows of Savannah's house, seeing that the copy bot that was left there was very much looking very odd, very misshapen, very, very crazy on the floor. And then making their way over toward the hospital to look up some names, was able to find out that Savannah's mother's name was actually Kana, and that she had apparently died a long time ago. But that's kind of weird. But Savannah's mother is right there. That's super fucking strange. But stranger even is that whenever they had tried to make it back to Grandma Pigeon's to gain any information on this, Grandma Pigeon still would not speak at all to anyone. Gathering up the people together, they were finally able to get Alan and Yome into the room, which Grandma Pigeon was able to talk with one of them there. It didn't have to be both; it could have just been one or the other. But both of them were there, and they were finally able to get some information about her son, potentially her quote-unquote daughter and her granddaughter, which was very interesting to say the least. I don't want to give away too much because I'm trying to remember exactly which ones you guys did, because there's a lot of information you guys didn't get from that. But the gist of it was basically that the mother that Savannah is calling mother probably is not it, from what you guys are very much suspecting.
Taking a guess.
And that she does not trust her, does not trust to have any food from her, and that she trusts Savannah, but when it comes to Savannah, there is still a lot of potential woes in trying to figure out exactly what's going on there, and that she is Savannah is very important to her, but she's not talking to her for some reason. It's still very odd. Downstairs, they were able to figure out, just from doing some searches as well, some of that same information, but Paradox was also able to see that Grandma Pigeon's potential lover from long ago was the same person that he used to spend a lot of time with as Paragon and Orion, as the name Aegis seemed to show up very much whenever he was searching through things. In the end, you guys decided it was safest to have Savannah stay with you guys over at Alan's place, going over to collect the bare minimum amount of things from her house that you guys could. Getting back over to her house, you guys found an area that potentially could be accessed through there, but you also wanted to save the copy bot that was there, and by doing that, you needed what? What made their way there? You guys went to open the door. As you did, a small section of the ground seemed to show itself to be some sort of a similar aspect to the area
But
that
who
you
is
guys
that
had gone
station?
in from the stations, and
Yeah.
from looking at it, it seemed to be the only place that had any sort of dock or any sort of plug that you guys could potentially do anything with in the entire household. The rest of the household basically being very low tech, very, very minimalistic. But none of you can sense any sort of network in the area, even though that plug is there. As Watt got to the door and everything happened there, that is where we ended things off. So, I would like
And
to
the
know.
secret underground thing.
That's what we're talking about. That was the thing we were talking about just
That's
then.
That's the one. You did it.
as we are getting to that, Vader, you had gone to open the door for Watt. Watt had came in. You guys basically see Paradox, Yome, and Cross tearing up the carpet area from exactly where it is to reveal the large section that is potentially connected to some sort of underground area. Again, the flooring looking like the walling that was over at the subway station. As you guys are brought into this sort of look around, what's gonna be going on when you guys notice this very suspicious thing on the floor?
Do we also notice, or just them? Because
It has been the carpet was kind of kicked up whenever Watt had showed up. I'm guessing that the others would have taken the carpet up at this point and looked at it, so everybody can see it currently.
The heck is that?
I mean, that's familiar. Wasn't that like the I think you brought this before, Vader. I'm not remembering very well. Something about a crack, Vader. And then you went to some.
Crack.
By the time you went to some kind of weird tangent about drug dealers, but
Yeah, I remember.
It's similar to the fake Jack imports that we found in the subway,
yeah, there you go.
and the
Were
weird
they?
Jack imports that were found in the hospital.
Were they fake? Last I
We
checked,
never-
they were.
We
At
never
least-
really checked the ones in the subway.
Whenever you guys had went to the subway ones, you guys had seen at first there was only one, and after you guys had seen it for the first time, apparently a lot of them showed up, and you were worried that some of them would be trapped, so you guys didn't actually plug into them in the subway. To remind people, because it's been freaking games and games ago.
Yeah, man.
Mhm.
That's not a promising sign. Why would it be here?
We're already suspicious of Savannah's mother, so this doesn't really surprise me.
So this is another weird thing then?
Yep,
Yes.
another weird thing.
Oh, well, She's
I
like,
wouldn't
at this
recommend-
point, Savannah just sort of shrugs, just like, there's been a lot of them apparently. I didn't think that was anything to be worried about.
Yeah. Savannah, you
Well-
mentioned a weird copybot. Well, you guys look at this.
Oh yeah, it's over there. Apparently, what did you guys say it was going on with it?
It's overloaded with energy. So we were hoping you could probably take care of it, Watt.
I'll definitely see what I can do.
Do you want to make your way over toward the copy bot on the ground? What?
Yep.
The overcharged bot. You make your way over at it. You can immediately tell, again, like I had mentioned before, this kind of thing was something that you went through a little bit in the generator area back at Psi Labs. Sometimes machines back there would get overcharged or overloaded to a point where it was dangerous for anyone to really approach it. That's why people copy bots like yours were used in those areas to potentially take some of the energy away. It's still very dangerous. You probably would never want to have something like that be in a residential area like this. But if anyone can mess with it, it's you. You're still worried, however, that if you do fail, it could destroy the copy bot. But hey, you guys have like 1 million of them now, so who cares?
The economy does go around.
While Watt is over there, we'll have Watt go for a roll on it in just a minute. But Watt makes their way over to it and begins to, I'm guessing, prepare for extraction for the energy.
Yep.
While that is going on, you guys again have surrounded the entrance, quote unquote, or whatever this is here at the bottom area. Savannah seems to have just gone over to her fridge and come back, and she seems to have like a juice box and is just sort of like looking down. She doesn't seem too shocked to see this, which means she probably knew it was here. But again, you guys don't really know how well Savannah is able to keep the illusion of normalcy with this kind of stuff. Apparently, it's just something she's gotten used to in her own household. It's also just the fact of Savannah doesn't really think about hardly anything from what you guys remember of her. But as she looks over toward it, so what does that mean?
It probably goes somewhere, and that probably means we should investigate.
I'm down.
It could also be very dangerous and loaded with very powerful viruses. I know what you're going to say. No, you still shouldn't be down.
She like looks at you. She's like, she did almost say like her mouth kind of going open, then she stopped. I mean,
It could be.
Is there a big reason to know? I mean, if there is, then we should go, right?
Yes, but we still haven't attuned to our backup data that Shutter got us, and he was so nice to go get it for us.
I still have backup data. I can go.
Yeah, me
It's
and Cross
prob-
can go. I mean, I don't need backup data, right?
I need backup data.
Usually humans get one shot at life.
I think it would be best if we go in as a group. As they say, it is never a good idea to just split up.
As you guys are
But-
looking down at this, I will remind you, you guys currently do not have this place to yourselves, obviously. Like, currently there is no one here, but you're not 100% sure how long that's going to be. Savannah says her mom likely will not come home for the rest of the night. So you guys could potentially go back to Alan's place, attune to your data, and come back. But there's also the slight chance that wouldn't be the case. Just wanting to remind you guys as well. I mean, if you guys want to go down there together, we can do that. She shrugs.
I would like to go together. I'm just.
Well, that's what I meant. We can make our way back, do your little whatever thing, and then we can come back.
I think I'd be okay with that.
We should cover this up, that way it doesn't seem like we found it.
Right, on it. Pulls a little bit, almost tears it, and then just stops. Someone else do it.
Just covers up the port again.
You guys bring the carpet back over that was over top of the entire area here. As you guys do, you go to place it down. Is everybody in agreeal for going back and doing that, or what's going on?
I'm not hearing any objections.
Yeah, I'm down for it.
Debating on if I want to be a fucking moron or not.
Just let me know if you're gonna. As you see them kind of covering things up, Cross, you're gonna think, you know, for yourself. You're gonna like, you know, start debating on it. While Cross is debating, why don't you give me a scan roll real quick while you're getting ready to do your thing.
Time to use our eyes. I somehow lost where the D20 was, even though it was the biggest thing.
Stop
in the
ruining
goddamn
tea.
table. Stop ruining tea, bitch. 8 plus 7, I think. Yeah.
Yes. You are able to basically find the problem through here. You see that it is one of the jack-in ports has apparently started letting out a lot of energy. It's a very small repair that can be done to it later. As you have found where to go for it, I need you to roll me for your sync, please.
Okie dokie.
If you get a good roll, that'll be it. But if you don't, then we'll have to roll one more thing.
If we don't, then we might have some property damage to pay. We
Well-
might have some property damage to
As you go to connect to it to try to absorb some of the energy into your battery, you feel that the actual energy output in this thing is far greater than you would have expected from it, potentially because it is a Model F. Maybe it just has a lot of stores of the stuff, and like it being overcharged is very much crazy for you. It is a completely model you're not like used to. I need you to roll me for your defense, please.
Oh boy.
Hey, that's pretty okay.
That's pretty good.
Da-da-da-da. +1. Oh, that's a 16.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da. What? You are gonna take some damage as you start to absorb some of the energy here. You feel that your battery does go to capacity whenever you do this. As that happens, blah 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 blah. Whatever. As your battery goes to capacity, because of your cyberstorm, you will take 1 damage for each charge overflowing. So I'm going to say you're going to take 3 damage from absorbing all of the energy here, and sort of like dispersing it safely throughout yourself. Safely meaning not to you, but to the area around. You don't cause a fire. Good job.
There's no fire.
As you guys see what basically starts staticking over in the corner, you see that there is a slight bit of static going across the television as well as the PET that Savannah's holding. Each of you feel the energy coming off for a moment, but then it seems to safely disperse itself about the area, and both of the bots seem like they're fine. There was a chance you could have overcharged your own bot.
That would have hurt.
That would have been bad.
That should be. We should be good.
Oh wow, are you okay?
I'm good. Hurt a little bit. I think I went into overcharge there.
Do you need to like sit down or something? I don't know how.
I'll
Hey,
be
Daddy.
fine.
What was that, Cross?
DM Daddy.
Hey, what's up?
So, Cosby bots have a plug in them, right?
You can
Yeah.
have your jack in plug, yeah.
Yeah, she'll plug in.
I will remind you, you don't feel a network around. Do you still want to do that?
Yeah. What's the worst thing? She dies again?
You explode, and then
Again?
everyone explodes. They all explode. Death.
As Savannah's house just becomes spike traps or Mega Man 1.
I'm going to say that because of the amount of sparks and like electricity it was sparking over at what, that you'll definitely have the ability to do so. Roll me for your speed, Cross.
Well,
I'd say that's fine. You make your way over toward the area. You lift up the thing slightly from where it is. As soon as you do, you notice that you don't jack in to anything. Guys, you guys look back as you see that Cross has leaned down and put her jacking cord down into the port down at the bottom. As it happens, you guys immediately start to feel a rumble beneath you.
Cross, why did you do that?
Yome, are you walking over top of the carpet?
Well, next to
There
next
you
to
go.
Cross.
That way.
There
That's
we go.
fine.
I'm sorry. This is a bush. Okay.
Whenever I had you over here, this is whenever the stuff was happening. That's what I was
Okay,
asking.
Okay, don't worry,
Uh,
we'll make the carpet
Here,
again.
yeah, let's just make like a square. There you
There we
go.
go.
Perfect. Look at that
Thank
square.
you.
Stay away from that square.
What?
No lucky here.
What do you mean? Ah!
Cross, why did you do that?
find out
What happened?
Well, you're
Yeah.
feeling a rumble beneath you, Paradox. So currently there's a
Feels
carpet
like
over top, so nobody can see anything.
Paradox.
Someone throws off the car.
No, it sounds like
Yeah.
that whole going back to the underground thing. I don't think we gave ourselves the time to prepare anymore.
What? You kind of like shake your head as you see that there's rumbling everywhere. For a second you're like, oh fuck, I did something, but no. Then you
Oh,
look
no,
over.
Here comes the house.
Then you look over. The carpet was thrown off. As you guys see what appears to be a person-sized little hole in the ground, as if it would lead to a basement or something similar. It does not seem to be humongous or anything, but it is a staircase leading downwards.
Look, getting a secret tunnel, as they say in that one show.
Who of us have backup data?
Only Cross.
I'll
Oh,
take the lead.
I'm going to guess you have no idea what this is, Savannah.
I mean, she shrugs. Basement?
Isn't this an apartment?
She shrugs. I've only ever opened it once and she got mad at me, so.
Oh, you
Oh, that-
actually you opened it? Did you go down it?
I didn't know I was in fucking Scooby Doo.
No, I didn't go down it. Mom just got really mad.
I'm
Let's
surprised
go
you've never-
down.
Surprised you've never gone down it. You're usually more curious than this.
She looked over at it, looked back to you. Whenever she told me, she said it was just a bunch of storage and stuff.
Yeah. That's not true.
Only one way to find out, you know?
You guys want to go down?
Well,
Cross will
yeah,
go.
let's go down.
Cross, you make your way down. Yome, you follow after. You guys, again, make your way somewhat down the area. You notice that not a lot of you can fit down there. It's not like a humongous hallway or anything of the sort. As soon as you guys go down, Cross, you notice there's just a bunch of boxes down here.
What's in the box?
There appears to be a room full of plastic plastic boxes / crates, not unlike the ones you would use for like regular like house storage. As you look down into the area, there doesn't appear to be any sort of continuation, at least from what you can see. Maybe behind the boxes or something, but there's a ton of stuff in the way. As you get down there, you head over toward one of the boxes, making your way forward. You put your hand on the side and go to lift some of it up. The first thing you see is what appears to be clothes. Opening up one of the boxes, you see very neatly folded, slightly with a bit of not like a musk, but like a very much a storage smell, like they've been here for quite a while.
Musty.
Very musty. As you open it up, you see just some old clothes neatly folded in one of the boxes. I will say, you guys can look through all the boxes if you'd like. It would probably take quite a bit, but it doesn't seem to be anything dangerous down here.
so this is a human image data room.
What?
What?
Vader, they just call that storage.
Oh, so it was storage.
But there has to be some reason why she was so adamant about you not going down. I suggest we take a box with us.
And also the vibrations.
Well, the vibrations
think that
wasn't
was from-
opening.
That was the door moving.
Yeah.
What's
It's kind of like when you pull a book and you unlock a secret tunnel, everything vibrates because the door is moving.
Is to let the
Let's look
player
at-
know you can keep going. I'm playing. But no,
Can
what
you
were you
look
saying, Cross?
around the room before we just take a box?
Yeah.
Again, looking into the room itself,
small
whenever
room.
you, Yome, and Vader had
Yeah,
gone
I mean,
down.
like, shifting boxes around.
Yeah,
if
there's not.
anything under or obscured.
Okay, do you guys want to? You're starting to like shift boxes around.
Mhm.
One of you will probably have to go back up if you're going to be moving the boxes around. Is that fine for one of you?
That's fine.
With the three that are down there are
Oh, I had a
Vader,
stroke.
Yome, and Cross.
I had a stroke, it's fine. Please.
Vader, Yome, or Cross. Do one of you want to go up so that Cross can move the boxes?
Yes, let Cross leave.
Yeah, Vader's getting out of the way, kind of on the lookout right now.
You'll get up at the top of the stairs. I'd like to know, Cross, as you're moving things around, Yome, are you doing anything?
You said some. We only looked through some of the boxes, right?
You only looked through one so far.
We'll look through a couple, but she'll try to look for any sort of box that stands out.
None of them stand out. None of them are in any different. Like they're all the same like plastic crate. As they're moving through, are you going to be looking at the ones that Cross is moving, or are you going to be looking at the ones that Cross isn't moving?
She'll look to the ones that Cross isn't moving.
Okay, so that's I'm going to say that with the two of you going through things, this is going to take a little bit of time, because Cross, you're not looking in them as you're moving them over, and she's looking in the ones that you're not moving over. Cross, I'd like you to roll me for scan. And Yome, there are, let me find here, there are, in fact, There are a number of boxes. You guys can tell there are around 16 in the room. So Yome, roll me a d20, and Cross, you roll me for scan.
Not 20.
Okay.
Mm.
we'll get
There we go.
let's see what Yome does
Lightning
before
eyes.
you understand everything.
Inspiration goes in the black hole.
Oh yeah. Roll me. You know what, Cross, I'll let you keep those two fleeting.
Oh, thank you. You're so sweet and considerate.
13.
Number 13. Yome, as you are looking at the boxes, again, Cross is just sort of moving some of them over. You decide to look at the ones that Cross already has moved, because it does not look like Cross is looking in any of them. Because you don't want to get in Cross's way. I'm gonna make that to be the 20 that Cross is getting, so that this doesn't take fucking half an hour. But as you begin to look at some of the ones that are over there, number 13, as you open it up, seems to be full of pictures. It is one of the lighter of the things. As you look,
Told you it was the image data room.
as you look into the box itself, you can't really see a ton of them very clearly down here. But with your vision granted to you by your copy bot, you can see that they all appear to be different facial features and different sides of different people. The majority of them seem to be of a long black-haired woman that has a vague resemblance to the faceless Navi you guys were talking about, or that you guys had seen. Although she is not the only one in here.
What about the picture of the lady I got a long time ago that threw my mate box out the window?
The long black-haired woman that threw your mate box out the window?
Yeah. How close in appearance are they?
As you look at it, right now you're not able to see much of anything. You'd have to bring the pictures up.
Yeah, that's already what she's thinking. She's gonna put that box aside because this is the box we're taking, unless she finds a more interesting box. But it's a smaller, lighter box, so why can't we also take that box?
You make your way up with that box. There are still 15 other boxes down. One of them are filled with clothes. But as you do bring it up, Yome, before we get to any sort of revelations that may come from your thing, Cross, you begin to shift a bunch of the boxes around, trying to figure out anywhere that there could possibly be anything else hidden in this room. As you do, on the other side of this large wall of 16 storage boxes, you see what appears to be another very similar wall, this one with another port in it.
I'm gonna plug in again.
You plug in again as you guys are up there. Vader, I'm going to assume you start walking down because Yome comes up. It's like, oh, I guess there's room for... You start shaking on the stairs. You guys feel more shaking above as another doorway opens up, Cross. This one appearing to be a long hallway of sorts.
How long does it look like? Does it go on until out of sight?
There is no light down here at all. There was no light in the room before, and there's no light here. You guys are able to see somewhat because of your copy bots giving you a bit of dark vision. But just like dark vision would entail in actual games, you can only see about 60 feet in front of you.
So straight line for 60 feet at least.
Mm-hmm. As you see that in front of you, Vader, I'm sure you look over and you see that as well. Yome, getting the stuff up to the top. You're looking around through the pictures. The pictures of the black-haired lady do not seem to be anything similar to the black-haired lady you remember. However, as you keep looking through pictures throughout the box, something very odd does appear to come up that seems to be the reason why your memory was kind of jotted. As you look through the images, you see what appears to be just different pictures of different faces of different women. And you could swear you've seen that nose before. And you could swear you've seen those cheeks before. And you could swear you've seen those... It starts to fill up in your head. As you start looking at the different features of all these ladies that are printed inside these pictures, you start to get the idea. And as you look at one's face and then back toward the black lady's hair, or the black-haired lady's hair, you see that they seem to match the idea of that woman in your head perfectly.
So that's what it is.
You can't be 100% sure, but at the same time, you are pretty much 100% sure.
It's like those websites, this person doesn't exist.
Don't panic.
The lady that you can see in your head, the one that you can just remember from all that time ago, the one that threw your mate box out the window. You feel like you could probably very easily make her face with all of the pictures of the different ladies that are in this box. Very simply and very easily.
With that in mind, she's gonna set aside those pictures, and none of the other pictures in the box are interesting. It's just pictures of people.
They are all of the same couple of people. The box itself seems to be the same, like 6 ladies over and over at different angles.
Mm-hmm. Paradox, can you come over here for a second?
I can fit down there.
She's upstairs.
I'm not down there. I'm up here. Hi.
Sorry, I had to look away for a minute. So yeah, Paradox will go over. Raise your hand.
Take a look at these pictures.
Mhm.
Notice anything about them? She just starts just hands them a random handful of pictures.
They're very professionally taken.
Okay.
That's a joke.
Well,
This is very unsettling box of pictures here. Why are there like 6 people in here?
well, think about it for a second. The possibilities are endless when you take a nose, take an eye, take a cheek, lips. A long time ago, somebody threw me out a window, Paradox, and I thought it was a very specific woman. But looking at all these pictures, I've noticed specific features that do not coincide with just one particular person. It is like those websites that display different features of people from a database of images and makes up a person out of it. You've seen them, right?
Once or twice. Someone turned that into an album.
Ah, AI generated faces.
Yes, exactly.
I feel
It's
feel Vader would know that one because I
Scamware.
bet
Yeah.
Scam.
no, the virus programs would use that to make those fake Facebook reviews like, oh, this
Yeah.
worked great, thank you.
Yes. AI generated faces based on pictures taken of already existing people, piecing things together like a puzzle until you have a completely different result. Such as, the lady that threw me out a window was not actually an actual person to begin with, but an amalgamation of different features of all the women in this box. Which means, if we're already suspicious of Savannah's mother, she is probably also the woman that threw me out a window. And I'm only just a little bit annoyed at that. Because it makes me wonder how far this web really weaves, and for how long.
Savannah's just kind of like looking over the shoulder, looking at the pictures. When you say that, she like looks at you, looks at the pictures. Oh crap! Sorry.
Yeah, it turns out that your mother potentially mother. She stops herself in hand quotes. Threw me out a window a long time ago.
Yeah, we still don't apparently know that she's mom or not. Got it. Yeah. Weird.
Hey,
Well,
That means
with this person that may not be your mother, can we throw her out a window for Yome? Would you accept that?
But here's the other thing, though, because the person that threw me out a window is also wanted for a number of various crimes, such like extortion and DM. What were all the crimes again? I remember. But
there were quite a few. Most of them being larceny and extortion. A lot of them being not quite kidnapping, but you know, to the extent of actually like keeping people against their will in certain places. And there was, again, if you remember, there was one case where she is not confirmed for it, but murder was sort of spoke about.
do I know about this person?
This was
Larceny,
something
theft,
that would have happened how many years ago, Squeaky?
Yome was thrown out a window 8 years ago.
Yeah, so no, you wouldn't know about this Paradox. This would be before your before. This would be while you were shut down.
She just lists the crimes.
I feel
You feel like if a
I
certain voice was in your head, they'd be fucking screaming heresy at this point. But you know that voice isn't there anymore.
People have always wondered why this person was never found, and now it's understandable because the person itself never existed.
So at least we could throw them out at least 2 windows.
Vader, I'm gonna throw you out the window.
While this
don't.
is happening upstairs, Cross,
Down the tunnel.
do you want to go down the tunnel? Like,
Can
Down
you
the...
tell us there's a tunnel?
You guys would have heard the ground and felt it shake again.
Does anyone want to check on Cross?
well, we're not on you guys. You guys are talking about things. Get over there.
I mean, yeah.
What? While the rest of them are doing that, while the ground had shaken again, do you want to do anything before?
Yeah, man, what's going on there?
Do you want to make your way? Want to make your way down?
Yep.
You make your way down. As you do, you see that Cross is beginning to walk into a large tunnel that apparently has appeared down there.
Cross?
She has made her way like 5 to 10 feet into the tunnel at this point. But Cross, you hear Watt talking behind you.
Yes.
I thought it was just storage. Why is there a hallway now?
It's not just
I mean, I
storage.
heard the rumble, but sorry, go on.
It's not just storage. I found another port. I plugged in. Another door open.
Well, okay, lead the way.
What? As you say, lead the way. I will note that you sort of just like kind of. This is your enhanced copy bot. This is the one that you used whenever you were working underground in the electrical area. Obviously, when there were electrical problems, you would have this kind of function. As you sort of like look forward, you just sort of like think about it for a second, and the little things, the little balls on the top of your head light up slightly.
Oh,
at
thank you.
this point, allowing you guys to see quite a bit further.
Turns out when you work in electricity, you have times where you just can't see anything.
I wouldn't know. I worked at a hospital. Well,
Do the two of
technically
you
I'm
want to
one.
make your way in there without letting the others know where you're going?
We probably should let them know.
I don't know. I don't know. They sound like they're having such an enthralling conversation up there. Would it be right to interrupt it?
As you say that, I'll throw you out a window, Vader.
Yeah, I think they're busy.
You guys start to make your way forward. At this point, Yome and the others, you guys would be again upstairs looking at the box of pictures. Is there anything else you guys want to do after coming to your conclusions?
No, after that, I guess we'll go check out downstairs. Since
Yome,
it's been a while and no one's come up to let us know.
you
it's just
step
like,
down.
okay.
You guys notice as you guys step down, there is now a new hallway in this room. There is no cross or what, but far off in the distance of the hallway, you do see what appears to be a light.
Oh, guys, look, another secret tunnel. We should go up and tell everybody else.
Do you want to
you
do
know,
that?
I'm only a little irritated. She yells into the hall.
Do you want to do that? Do you want to do anything else?
Nope, she's going straight through after she says that bit of passive
No,
aggressiveness.
I mean, we did feel the same vibrations.
Paradox and Vader, do you guys want to head down or do you guys want to stay where you are?
Let's
I think I'll stay here, keep on the lookout. A lot of vibrations. At least a neighbor might be curious.
I'm gonna
Getting
see if
bad
I can get
vibrations?
Caliber in that bot, but also there's a lot of boxes here.
keep looking through the boxes then.
Boxes while everyone's doing their thing.
Yeah, I mean that sounds
Mhm.
fun.
Yes, look through all of them.
I guess I'll find your. What's that embarrassing thing? Baby photos?
Oh, that'd be cool. I wonder if I did anything stupid. I probably did, right? Like there was probably some streaking or something involved. If we can find them too, then there's not going to be any ammo against me, so that's going to be great. She's going to go upstairs. She's going to try to jack into the copy bot upstairs so that she can get Caliber in. As you guys begin to walk forward to try to catch up with the others, Vader, roll me a d20 twice. We're going to account for you looking thoroughly through 2 boxes here.
I'm gonna roll it on top of Arizona.
Okay, you roll on top of Arizona.
I want to know what the context of this is so badly.
I told them that I had Arizona half and half tea lemonade, and they hate it. Number 3 and 7.
Yeah.
All right. So your first 2 attempts, looking through different things here, Vader, as you are trying to get through a lot of these things, is that you see there are a lot of more like things of clothes, and you also see what appears to be a box full of entirely shredded paper.
Why would you have a box? Well, I guess nowadays you can probably get the data.
As you start to look through both of those boxes thoroughly, we're going to assume that that's going to take a little bit of time, so that the others can move forward a little bit. I'm going to also...
He's going to keep note of the shredded paper one.
I'm going to also say, Calibur's here now! Yeah! You guys fixed the copy bot so you can be in it now. 4 of you, Cross and what? You guys heard Yome and Paradox approaching you guys from behind. As you guys made your way going forward, you guys eventually find yourselves going rather far. This is not just a going across the street or going over here, going over there. You guys seem to be going pretty deeply away. From the direction you guys can tell, you guys are going underneath the park.
You really got quite the curious streak on you this time, Cross. I don't mind it, but please tell us next time. Holy moly, if we didn't notice.
It's like there's a child in danger.
That doesn't mean you can't inform us.
This
We're supposed to be doing this as a team, remember?
You seem very interested in what you'd found, so I didn't want to interrupt.
I mean, I could always put it on the side and we can look at it later.
Well, you caught up.
Yeah, we did. So how far does this go, do you think?
As you guys are going further, I would like for you guys to please roll me for a scan. Thanks to what having the lights, you guys are not going to make it with disadvantage. So any sort of fleetings can also work here. Speaking of which, there are 3 fleetings currently in play for Cross.
All right, let's just throw one.
Just use your ultimate
Okay.
cosmic power. Oh, I want to roll too. Shit.
No.
Okay.
All right, so you got a nat 20, sweetie?
Yes.
Go ahead,
I
what
got
and roll?
22.
I got an 11.
With your scan?
Yep. But my scan is like 7, so it's like 18.
Okay. And what did you get? What? All right, 21, 22, 17, and nat 20. I'm just gonna assume you guys find all of them then. As you guys begin to go underneath this area, the first thing you notice is that there appears to be, as you keep going, another section of the same kind of tiled structure above you. As you guys look to it, you guys bring a port up. I'm sure that Cross kind of does this. Again, not sensing any actual network from it. You see something appear to open up above you. Upon pulling yourselves up very slightly and looking around, you guys find yourselves in one of the bathrooms inside of the park.
That's not upsetting at all.
As you guys look around, you guys see it just seems to be one of the bathrooms that are there. No bathroom in particular. But moving forward through the area again, you guys see another area that seems to be connected to the park-like structure. As you guys come up, you see that there appears to be a section that is another exit to this place that comes out from a false tree.
Huh?
Yep, there appears to be a false tree in the park that seems to lead into this tunnel.
A full-on
Also,
fake ass tree.
What's up,
After we go back down, does plugging back in close the door?
It does.
Okay, perfect. Because she wouldn't want to leave a fucking door open in the middle of the goddamn part. for somebody to find.
I'm kind of
I'm
glad Vader didn't come
confused.
because I think his understanding of space and time would have him like break down and to like be deleted.
How long did
Another area, if you guys keep going further in, that you guys would have definitely found, would have been as you guys come to one of the quote unquote ends of this place, but it does seem to keep going in another direction. You guys see the exit leading into the station. As soon as you guys kind of attempt to open it, you guys see that beside of it there appears to be a small monitor that seems to show that there are people in the station currently. So it's up to you if you want to open it or not. But you find what appears to be the station exit.
No.
And finally, because of, again, you guys getting very good rolls, you guys follow to the end of another section of this place. Seems to go off a little bit. As you see what appears to be another exit from another tree. However, this one appears to be one of the trees in the school's courtyard, one of the ones that change color. As looking at all these tunnels, they seem to appear all over the area that is directly around the school, the park, and the residential area.
Wasn't there talk a long time ago about a tree that couldn't quite exactly change to the proper color?
Huh?
I guess I'm the only one that remembers that.
I think you were the only one present for that, Squeaky.
you?
To be fair, I think you were the only one present for that, but yes.
I remember there were reports about a tree that, for some reason, just couldn't quite catch up to all the other little trees. They just thought it was a bit of a malfunction, but now that we found this strange network of tunnels, it all seems to make sense. And I am concerned.
You remember one of the big things from that as well is that Alan had said that it was one of his favorite trees because it allowed him to see the way that the colors had changed throughout all of the biotech trees outside, because that one was a little bit slower than the other ones.
It was Alan's favorite tree. He felt a sort of kinship to it. And it was interesting to understand the biotech. I named it Tree.
I named it Tree. He showed it to me that one time, and then whatever. Even though I don't think you guys ever came to the courtyard of the school, like ever.
We never truly saw it.
We're gonna say you did, but I don't think you guys ever came out to the courtyard of the school. I think the school is the least like explored area you guys have had.
It's almost like we've skipped school so much.
You skipped school so much, and back then you guys didn't have copy bots.
Yeah, it's like we didn't have copy bots, and even then you can't bring them to school.
Dude, as soon as you guys got them, I thought you guys were going to immediately just be like, no, we're going to school with them.
No, it was like, you can't bring copy bots to school. And it was like, okay, I guess we can't.
We can't break the rules. The rules suck.
We already have one teacher that hates Alan.
That's the big thing, is that basically, okay, can I say something? Just that teacher would have probably shown up a long time ago, because anytime Alan would break any of the rules, there was a chance that he would just be there.
Just spawn.
But the only time Alan's ever quote unquote broken the rules was in the very beginning of the game whenever he got beat up.
I can't believe it.
Oh man, the rule, don't get
teacher is
beat
just
up.
the cyberpunk police.
What was that? What was that, Jake?
The teacher is just the cyberpunk police. They just
Just spawn right behind you.
He just spawns.
Just fucking Grand Theft Auto, the stars appear
He
and
just
suddenly
spawns
the cops are on
behind you.
just outside your peripheral vision. You turn like 3 degrees to the left, and there he is.
Just to make you believe that he was always there.
But yeah, whenever you guys go and find these things, Yome brings up that little bit of lore.
Look at how far back I can remember.
Oh, how is this been so well hidden?
More of how
when-
they dig all of this.
When you really think about it, the tree wasn't that hidden at all. Everyone just thought it was cute.
It's
So if anything, everybody was just blissfully unaware.
Not just
simple error.
not just the tree. All of this.
Yeah, no, like I was saying before, this is a lot of work that I think would have been noticed at some point.
I
When you really
will,
consider-
I will bring up this, and this is something that you guys, that Cross at least would know, because Cross is the one plugging into all these things. There probably are permissions.
Kapitan, you cut off.
What's up?
You cut off.
When you say
This is something. This is
cross,
something that that Cross would probably notice, being the one that's actually jacking into these things.
Oh, okay.
Cross, you would note that there's probably permissions to these things that need to be used. It isn't just jack in and a door opens. It probably
Yeah.
needs to be a copy bot first off. But you also kind of notice that you are in a very advanced copy bot. If you guys would have done this earlier on in the campaign with the public bots, these doors would not have opened. But you are in right now. You're in a Model F. You're in the most advanced one you could possibly be in right now.
Yeah.
Potentially Yome could also do it, because Yome's a cracking Navi. But
Cracking.
it really
Separate
depends.
missions. I make my own.
But as you guys find these exits, you do notice that there might be like one or two more. As you guys look down the other ends of whatever these different halls seem to be, crossing down through them just to kind of like get them out of the way. You would probably see one over by the like richer part of the neighborhoods, which would be where like Nell and the large section of apartments and stuff that that John and them are probably around. And you notice that there does appear to be one other one over by the exit to the city, over by the lake area in the park that seems to head out. As you find all of these exits, this does take you guys quite a bit of time, so I'm gonna have Vader roll me for 2 more boxes.
Hell yeah. It's Boxing Day.
Removing all the other boxes.
Like, I don't understand how the
Yeah.
Reroll that, because there's not 16 boxes left.
Oh.
9? Okay.
and
roll me one more.
Is that something?
I was gonna say, I was like, I love how Watt and Paradox are like, how does all this go unnoticed?
It's probably World 3. Are we surprised anymore?
Just
I need you to re-roll that.
And the
There's not 20 boxes, unfortunately. 2, 1, and 2. Okay.
Yes, we are.
Initial sentence.
Yo. God damn it, Tristan.
As you're looking through more boxes, Vader, you actually find something interesting. One of the boxes seems to be another one full of different pictures. These appear to be different pictures of different men. From different angles and different sections throughout. These pictures appear to be somewhat old as well, but they appear to be newer than the ones that were in the female box. As you look at them, you actually notice one of the people inside of it, as there appears to be around 6 or 7 men inside. One of them seems to be a rather happy looking man, playing with somebody who looks very similar to him, maybe a younger brother of sorts. You recognize the younger brother, however, as you look at it for long enough. The smaller one appears to be a younger Brad.
Brad?
Mm-hmm.
No, he's just gonna say that out loud. I think Paradox is by him.
No, nobody's
No.
by him. They're fucking in the tunnels.
Through the
Helena?
hole.
To yell Brad, maybe Savannah will hear. Someone will hear.
Yo, I'm right here.
Why do you have pictures of Brad?
I don't know. He's dreamy, I guess. I don't know. I've never went down there. You notice that there's only the one picture of Brad. The all the other pictures in the box seem to be of the other person in the picture with Brad.
Who's this guy though? Does he have a brother?
I'm gonna have Savannah roll, because Savannah does go to school sometimes. I think that's a teacher.
Teacher.
Yeah, I don't really have any classes with them, but I think isn't that the lit teacher or something?
Heck if I know. I don't really go to Alan's classes. I just wander about in the school network.
Vader, you don't really go to the classes, and again, there's never in the this particular class, there's never any reason for the Navis to do anything. However, I would because you do have connections to the school, just roll me a flat d20 to see if anything. It's gonna be very high for you though, because you don't have any of the knowledges to get you anywhere close to this, because you got the battle chip handling thing. That is a 1. You have no idea.
Wait a minute. Maybe this is another form of Nova. I'm kidding.
As you find that, you also find another box of clothes. Was the other box you found?
I'll ask Alan later.
As you guys have basically thoroughly explored all of these tunnels, do you guys want to go back? Do you guys want to use one of the exits you found? What's going to happen there?
Carl's gonna start and be like, we should hurry back.
Probably. We've probably been here for longer than we think.
It's a pretty long tunnel, yeah.
I'm going to look at each of your knowledges really quick.
Oh, there's nothing to look here. There's nothing to see here, folks.
Maintenance.
Nothing to see here, folks.
Oh, problem check. And what do you got? What? You have hacking and intelligence. Okay, so what and Cross? I need you both to roll me a intelligence check. That is going to be a scan for each of you. One of you has basic intelligence, one of you has advanced intelligence, so one of you is going to have a little bit better of a time than the other.
I'm using my last neuron for this.
Does problem solving count?
Nope.
Damn it.
17.
What'd you get, Jake?
Also 17 plus 4 plus 1.
Oh, 17 plus 4 plus 1. As you guys are going about, Cross, you would notice upon leaving each of the areas that the little monitor things beside each of them, the ones that show the exits to each of the places, they do seem to come on as you guys make your way to them. You would know that each of them would probably have some sort of a log to them. There's no network here, unfortunately, for you to be able to do anything with, but you're pretty sure that if the information goes anywhere, that means someone would have noticed you guys opening at least one or two of the doors around the area.
Yeah, we're gonna go back home now.
You guys, the 4 of you, make your way back after gaining that information. As you do, you guys see Vader has pulled another box. Vader, give me one more box roll while they were on their way back.
All right. I've been rolling so well, though.
Dude, you've been getting some good boxes. Speaking of which, so Vader, first off, I can hear myself immediately coming from your thing, I think.
Yeah, you have feedback.
But as you open up this box, you find what appears to be a box full of battle chips.
Ooh.
Most of them seem to be broken in some way. You even notice that some of them are literally split in half. They appear to just be a junked thing. As you're searching through, roll me for your scan for a moment. I want to see if you find something.
Yeah, and sorry about the feedback.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, the reason is I'm doing push to speak because I have a slight migraine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking through, you don't find a ton of them, but you are going to find 2. So I'm going to say that you are going to get a... None of those. Screw those. Yeah, I'll say you find... Oop, and... Just because you guys are lacking those sometimes, you find what appears to be 3 chips that are intact inside of the battle chip box. You find a battle chip for a long sword and a wide sword, But the other thing you find is a bit more. You find what appears to be a very fragile-looking chip inside there. You find what appears to be a dark chip.
I ain't touching that. Not again. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, backs away. Nope, 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 nope.
As
nope.
Vader, you're looking through these things. The others would come up as you, Savannah, and Caliber would be looking through this box. As you pick up the two chips and you look at one of them and say, nope, 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 Savannah goes and picks up that one, just like, oh, what's this? As you guys see, upon coming up, Savannah, Vader, and Caliber, and Savannah seems to be holding a dark chip.
Oh, another one.
Is this the thing that made Chill go haywire?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe. There are some that just cause glitching in regular battle chips, and then there are some that do.
Well, according to Marksman, it isn't just the potential side effect random. It could be from something harmless and cute to something potentially very fatally damaging to a Navi.
Yes, I had my arm trapped as a giant sword.
Didn't he say you got lucky?
Probably.
There are also,
Either
like Cross
way.
said, because of what you guys learned on the boat, there are also some that literally just have information coded into them to have them do bad things.
Either way, after my experience, I'm not trusting it. It's best to assume the worst. I can't do that again.
Well, we
There are
can't leave it
various
here.
There are various instances before that that led you to not trust them, but okay.
Well, we can't leave them here, right?
No, it's best to take it with us.
She gives a smirk. She opens up her her battle chip pack on on like her little belt here, and then she just slides it in. Patting on the side, like, there we go.
Did
We
we
found
find any?
tunnels all over the city, and they logged our presence. We should probably leave.
There's still a lot of boxes though.
And whoever that information gets to knows we're walking around in.
She like looks
She has-
down, looks
She
at the
has
boxes.
a point. Besides, I think we found enough interesting information from the little that we did look for, so I think we got off pretty lucky. We shouldn't test our luck anymore.
Should we just take the ones with the pictures then?
Yeah, they're the lighter ones anyway. They won't miss them, right? They can just take more pictures of the same 6 people.
Well, there's 6 more.
Oh,
There's around 6 more apparently.
Yeah,
More.
you guys recognize the guy beside Brad and I think this one?
Yome, he shows you a picture of what appears to be, you guys can tell, all of you, since you guys have been around him, a younger looking Brad. It's literally just a like a big child version of Brad. But
Huh.
as you look at it, he appears to be like having a fun time with a person that looks slightly similar to him.
Interesting. So this is his older brother, the counselor or teacher counselor.
Yeah, he's like the lit teacher or something.
Yeah, the one
I don't
that
really
hates
know.
Alan, or at least has something against Alan nowadays.
Why does he hate Alan for?
Your guess is as good as mine. Alan doesn't even know.
Well, there's a
And
lot
Brad
of
doesn't
pictures of this guy in here, as well as some other guys.
This also reminds me, Paradox. Remember the weird changing features of that person every time in Right Man's
Maybe-
Shield?
We can talk about
Yes.
this.
Yeah, let's talk about that when we get home. You're right.
All right, Cal, can you grab these boxes then? Also, yoink. She tries to take the 2 sword chips from you, Vader.
These are yours.
Yeah, you mentioned the dark chip, right? Or did you not mention the dark chip?
She mentioned it.
Yeah, it was mentioned.
Where's that dark chip?
I put it right here.
Put it in her. Yeah.
She put it in her little folder.
We'll deal with it later. Let's get out of here. At least we have it.
You guys, do you guys put the boxes back where you found them? Do you guys try to close the doors, or do you guys just put the boxes down there and then shut the doors? Like, who cares if you went through them?
They've cataloged that we're here. They're not really going to be surprised when they see that shit's out of place.
Okay. So I'm
Fuck
going
it.
to say you guys just put the boxes down there, except for the ones you're taking, and then you guys leave. Is that fine?
Is
Yeah.
someone gonna make sure the rug's over the thing?
Oh yeah, obviously. Well, you guys can put the rug over. I was just making sure if you guys were gonna spend the time to put the boxes back in place or not. Because again, like Cross said, you guys if they've already logged, you guys have been down there. There's no reason to really hide that. It was just gonna take time. As you guys left that place, you guys started making your way back toward the house. I don't know where I put fucking Alan before. He's somewhere. I don't know, man.
He's
He got lost.
here. There's two of him.
I know. I'm trying to find the other one.
Boom.
They're both in this panel. There's
Are they
one
both in the
here and
panel?
there's
There we
one
go.
here.
Well,
Yeah.
this is the one that we were using that was in the net.
Yeah, this is network Alan.
But as you guys begin to make your way back, nothing is going to stop you guys from heading back over toward Alan's place, except for the lizard. No, nobody's going to stop you guys. As you guys make your way back, you guys go to the doorway, the actual like gate. As soon as you guys go to touch it, you guys hear barking from inside. As if for him to for OG to be like, oh, someone's here that isn't connected to the network. You guys can tell that OG is still is keeping a watch out. You guys open up, make your way inside. Alan and OG seem to be in the main room, looking back over towards you guys. Alan seems to have a bunch of different like blankets and pillows and stuff thrown onto like the living area down here. He had told you guys before that he was thinking about asking Donovan and Kane and Brad to come over so that, you know, they're not by themselves at Scilab. But as he made his way, as he looks over towards you guys see that he was making some sort of food at the time. He looks back over at you guys. And that took a while.
We've
Yeah.
got quite a lot.
Is everything okay? You guys look over as you see that there are several people as well on the network. As you see that Bug, C2, Shutter, and Melon have basically just put themselves onto the television behind.
Got any threes?
Got any threes?
They're just playing Uno.
I'm just saying, the way you use your camera shutter, if you are interested in like making a business based off of it, I'd say you and Kane would make a good amount of money.
Why are you talking to me still? I keep telling you to stop talking to me.
Bob
No, I'm
tends to do that.
No, I'm playing.
I'm not doing it illegally either. I'm saying like people really like security. I'm just saying.
You guys are going into business together. It's cute. No, I'm playing. But no, he doesn't seem to be that put off by Bug. This is probably the first time they've ever spoken, but he's not too put off by him. You guys see that Alan seems to just again be making some sort of pasta or something as you guys approach. Savannah comes in, just sort of flops her way onto the smaller of the couches, and then just looks back to you guys. So, we gonna tell him? It's good to know things he doesn't know for a change.
Well, I mean, I was, but what do you guys think?
Do you want to do the honor, Savannah, of explaining?
She sits up and looks over. Well, puts her hands forward, putting the finger, like interlocking her fingers and putting her hands like her chin in her hands. We found a lot of secrets. Yeah.
Do you need help cooking dinner, Alan? I can help you.
Yeah, that seems like a yeah. Sure, let's do that.
Yeah.
So Yome, what happened? I'm right.
We
That's mean. You're mean.
Well, first off, we found some evidence in the form of boxes of a lot of pictures. Cross found a secret tunnel that leads to several areas that might have also clocked our appearance down there.
Oh yeah.
She can better explain that, right, Cross?
What kind of tunnels, Cross?
There are tunnels leading all over the city, from the park to the school to the subway. Honestly, anywhere you can imagine.
Mm. Interesting.
Even that one little tree you were really fond of at school. Remember, tree?
Oh yeah, the tree that like we totally went to. No, but that's interesting. Why would there be tunnels everywhere? That wouldn't walking just be the same? Why would there need to
Unless
be
you
any
did
sort of
want someone
secrets?
to know where you're going.
We're under the assumption that this is looks over towards Savannah. Her mom is that Navi. We're under that assumption, right? Wouldn't
We're
It's
also
not really
wouldn't
an
she
assumption anymore, is it?
wouldn't she not really care if people saw her? She could just look however she wants.
Yeah, but maybe she was feeling lazy that day and just wanted to go down through the tunnels.
I think
Maybe.
that
I don't
that's
understand the
that's
logic,
probably
Alan.
not the best idea to keep with us, Yome.
Well,
It's probably not.
there are other people.
Program has an exploit. It probably is a case of if someone finds out that she's doing it, it can become easier to find them.
I think
Better
there
to
has
leave
to be.
tunnels
I
than
think there has to be
footprints.
some other reason for them. Where did you say they came from, Cross?
Savannah's house, and I imagine she wouldn't be the only one using them.
Where did they go? The school, the station, the park? Are those the only ones you those the only ones you remember?
Did one go to the mall?
Subway, rich side of town near John's place, edge of town.
And maybe other people are using them other than her?
It's a possibility if you think her ability is so advanced that, well, hiding is irrelevant.
He tries to think for a bit, but again, the cooking that he's doing seems to shake him back out as there appears to be a plume of some steam coming up. Yome, you go to help him with it.
Yes.
As Alan is thinking through things, there's not a lot of information we have there, but the only other thing I can think of is Nathan. But
Nathan?
yeah, but I don't see any big connection with him and, well, Savannah's mom though.
Maybe it's another way to keep surveillance over him?
But they don't really have anything in common. If
No, they
anything,
don't.
we know where Nathan's from. He's been doing everything for the police chief, right?
More or less.
If not for Nathan, what about Sparrowman?
Maybe. We don't really know a lot about Sparrowman, other than who he used to be. If it goes over toward where a bunch of the rich people are, then that's close to where Nell lives too. Not only John, but the reason I was thinking it is because they seem to come out of nowhere, right? All of those Nathan clone bots.
Copy bots. You do need to be a copy bot to access the tunnels, from what I could tell.
Not to mention, it would also explain why Sparrowman was in a lot of Nathan's, air quotes, deaths.
Hmm.
If you could access the tunnels, that would be one way to always be around without always being around.
The only thought that I'm having is, were they made for him and then Savannah's mom found them? But that can't be right because her place is right over it. Or
Hmm.
did they make them for him? I don't know. There could be someone else using them altogether as well. I would love to see them, but I doubt we're gonna be able to have that chance anymore.
Unfortunately, we're sorry.
No, it's fine. He looks over to each of you. I tried to get Donovan and the others to come over, but they said they were fine where they were. Apparently, they're going to be doing something at Scilabs tomorrow. It may be a good idea for us to head over there, or at least somewhere pretty soon if we're going to be doing anything. Looks over toward each of you guys. We have your guys' backup data now, but I'd like to head over to the mall or somewhere, even to check on the flower shop. But it's a little bit late now.
Hmm.
It is late. We'll probably have to delay it until tomorrow.
Luckily, we don't really have a lot of rush
Well,
right now.
I mean, if you want, am I still able to go into that bot, Alan?
It's probably not good to have a little you running around right now. Not to mention, you can't get far away from Vader even if we did do that. The connection that those bots are from needed that central hub that we don't really know exactly how to replicate.
Yeah, fair enough.
Then
I can work on it though.
Then will we head to Scilabs tomorrow first thing?
Either Scilabs or the mall. I'd like to go somewhere. I would suggest not going to Scilabs tomorrow immediately. Shutter seems to look over to you guys. Again, he looks to Bug that is just kind of like crawling on him. One of his tendrils just goes and picks him up and just holds him in the air.
Ugly baby.
Besides, we have guests right now, Alan.
Yeah.
Also, are you going to put sauce in that pasta or any form of protein?
I'm sorry, I'm distracted.
Okay,
I started making some sauce, but can you finish up?
Yeah,
Boops with her hip, just boop.
I'll finish up. Someone here really wanted to talk to you.
You mean
Points to Melon.
we've been chatting a little bit?
Oh.
Nothing really that big. I was waiting for you.
Oh, well, I'll be preoccupied in a little bit, but I'll be done soon.
I tried to see if there was anything we could do here, but with you guys and copybots, it's really hard to figure out what's going on through C2. So we've just been getting things ready. Savannah, I've gotten my dad's room ready if you want to drop anything there. I see you brought some boxes. Oh, these are just ones that have pictures in it of random people. Okay. We can just stash these in here. Okay, then.
We can explain in just a little bit. It's important while not being quite that important, I would say.
As Alan goes into the main room, do you guys want to, over the course of a quote-unquote dinner, do you guys want to get Alan sped up?
Yes, please. I vote for blah.
You guys collect different things. Alan tells Shutter, C2, and Melon if they want to. You guys have more bots. Currently, you guys are in the cracked bot, the 3 Model Fs, the 2 regulars. So there are still 2 regular copy bots out there. Shutter says no. C2, it's up to you.
No, C2 is fine here.
C2 says no.
Ross isn't around.
As C2 and Shutter says no, eventually you guys see that Melon does look around, looks over toward each of you, and then she's like, I mean, I guess I could try one. I haven't gotten in one in a while, so if you don't mind. Sure. She's gonna try to get into a regular bot. As you guys hear one of them booting up in the other room and stepping out, upon her stepping into the main area as the pasta is getting served out, she sort of steps out, and then you just immediately notice just a very much a frown on her face as she seems to be like looking at her hands and like stretching her arms out, and you can tell she's not really into it.
Yeah, I had a feeling that it wouldn't be quite to your liking, Melon. This one's just a plain public copy bot.
Mm,
Well, private, not public.
I mean, it would be rude to just leave it, though, right?
Hmm.
If you're not comfortable, you can make your way back if you want. She looks to it, looks over to Alan, looks over to you.
You've probably already tried the Model Fs, so...
I'll step out, actually. Sorry. She steps back in and then immediately returns to the network. She seems to have tried. You guys catch Alan up on everything that happens. You guys end up having your food. Savannah and Alan basically seem to be distracted by everything else that's going on to really eat a lot. At this point, each of you have been in a bot for quite a bit. Cross, you will have to eat in order to stay moving, because you've been the most active in your bot.
No, it's fine. Let's get out of the robot.
You gonna make your way back in?
Yeah, let's go charge it.
I mean, there's plenty of other ones if you want to just grab one of the other ones. But that's up to you. As you make your way back into the main network and everything gets explained to Alan. Alan looks over the pictures of the man that's in the thing as he goes, "Yeah, this is Brad's brother. What does this mean? I mean,
Yomi seemed to have her theory before.
Well, my theory was that it was possibly connected in some way as to what's going on, but...
And these pictures here, these 6 ladies, you think make up the one that got rid of you?
Mm-hmm. I still have the picture of the other lady in my memory from when Mephisto took it out. I can show you the picture again, and you can probably pick out the certain bits and pieces.
You bring it up on the
But-
network as you say that, because it's very easy.
Mm-hmm.
It's information that's collected in his PET. As he looks at it, he looks back over towards you and back to the pictures. You guys again see that this is not the same lady from any of these pictures, but it does look very similar. Cross and Savannah would note to the final version of the reporter, but there are some key differences. But it is similar enough in looks that it is a little bit uncanny. Like the uncanny valley is kind of thrust at you.
It's kind of fucking creepy.
As
Some I feel fantastic shit.
as you look through and you see that, and then he looks at everything else. So, let's try to put everything together then that we figured out today. All of these things with this reporter, faceless Navi that is pretending to be your mom, Savannah. It seems like she's tied to both groups in some way. Both groups? We know that she is in some way working with World 3. But with everything being said here, there are obviously connections to SNet, right? Looks over toward Melon as he says that. Seems like the case. So what does that mean? Does that mean that... Because we had talked to Dr. Blues on the ship, he didn't seem like he was all that unreasonable, and I don't think he was lying in different cases, but at the same time, what am I supposed to think from this?
Didn't World 3 propose an offer to him?
That's what he said.
Maybe he doesn't know what's going on and it's happening under his nose. He's so focused on getting Melon done.
I mean, the only other link we know is Dr. Coda, right?
Mm.
Yome, do you bring up what you found out today about Dr. Coda?
Yeah, she does. That he's. Well, we learned that. Remind me about what I learned from Dr. Coda.
You had
Now I'm
found
getting
that
my
one. You had found that one email that seemed to have been an invoice that was a very old invoice, sent to Abel. As you looked at it, though, there were some very strange capitalizations throughout it, and as you looked through all of them, it seemed to spell out the
yes,
message
the email.
that. It seemed to spell out
Yeah.
the message that he was in danger.
Right. I found this email while looking through Dr. Abel's.
I looked through Dr. Abel's computer.
Yeah.
There was that thing of like, I looked at this.
It's not Dr.
What
Abel.
else
It's
is
President
there?
Abel. He's not a doctor. He's a
Filing
president.
Kitchen now, yeah, man, yeah.
It's just like I did the looks at everybody. I did the thing, Alan. Look what I found. I wasn't supposed to say it out loud, but I suck at keeping my own secrets.
But I found this, so it makes everything okay.
It just adds more questions.
Good job, though.
This was sent to President Abel.
I was snooping around Scilabs, looking for anything that stood out.
What's new?
Ah,
Says Shutter. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing unless he looks over toward Melon and Shutter. Do you guys think it's a bad thing? Looks over toward what? I know that. I mean, I'm the president, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I knew
Is that
Shutter would
I'm
find.
I'm allowed, right? Like this isn't illegal.
I knew Shutter would find out, and I was fine with that.
He's just like looking at it like this isn't illegal, right? What? I didn't do it illegal.
I think as long as you don't have a union, I think it's legal.
Even then, do you really think President Abel is going to say anything about it?
I mean, it's technically going to be your email when
technically,
when
right.
it
That's
takes over.
how it works.
Technically, right now he can't say anything about it.
He's not here.
All things have themselves, don't they?
She's just biting her lip and she's trying not to laugh, but it's like.
So on the one hand, Dr. Coda, he's obviously been messing with Right Man. He's the craziest thing we have. He's the one that apparently took Anastasia out from jail, and whenever we look into this, he's the only one that's able to really do anything under Dr. Blue's nose. But he said he's in danger?
Maybe there's a reason he is doing it, and it's not something he particularly wants to do. They seem to have sway over people, whether they like it or not, right?
I mean, there's also one other thing that could be it. From what you guys have been saying, you're pretty much just going by the seat of your pants, right? Maybe he knew. And that he sent that because he knew you'd find it. What do you mean? Maybe he's throwing you off his trail.
That could be it. Make himself look like the victim?
In the end, it's either him or Dad, right? Dad. Right. Dr. Blue is...
Dr. Coda's Navi asked me to return this drive to her, and that she said she'd know if anyone had looked at it.
What do we do?
Alan, look at the USB drive.
She said that she would know, right?
She also made it a point to not look at it.
We can probably override it if just in case, if anything.
I'm going to be quite honest. I don't care anymore. What's on the drive?
You're
They
right.
already know we're sticking our nose into things, I guess. Paradox has a point.
The only way we
you
can
don't-
figure out who we can trust is by looking over whatever this information is. Honestly,
You really don't.
it was probably a good thing that you took that, Savannah. Yeah, I'm full of good ideas. He goes over to you, Paradox, and takes the USB.
Yeah, I put it in his pocket.
He makes his way over to the monitor off to the side, the one that controls the main area of the house. As he does, he looks at it and plugs it straight in.
The system's we're in lockdown, right? I'm
Yep.
not
You guys
cool,
basically.
awesome.
I'm going to assume
okay.
unless you guys tell me you don't, I'm going to assume you guys lock down every time you come in, because that's what you guys said you were going to do.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure. I'm not smart.
As Alan makes his way over toward the thing, puts it in, you see him begin to look through different things. At this point, Watt and Cross, you guys would have the basic intelligence to look through and know the extent of what Alan is looking at. It appears to be a different sort of code that is almost like an automatic like archiving type of software. As he looks through it, this is junk. There's a lot of data here, but it's just visual information and auditory information, and I can't even access the files. It's just the very basis of it. It looks like it's some sort of an update.
You're saying there's a bunch of junk in the way?
No, I'm saying that it is junk.
Oh, I probably shouldn't go in and destroy it then.
No, probably not.
It's an update full of junk data. That can't be right.
No, not junk data. It's just
Junk.
random information. Information on smell and taste and sight, but without any actual accompanying video or audio, but just describing the video and audio. It appears to just be a bunch of descriptors. It's some sort of an update data.
Maybe it's for a copybot.
Maybe. As he stops at one section, Cross and Watt, you guys would see what he sees immediately as he does. It appears to be an a update log, and it apparently was updated just several hours ago. Cross, when you look at it, it appears to have been last updated around the time when you guys first went to Grandma Pigeon's place.
That was fairly recent.
What was?
Dude, updated a few hours ago.
Have you plugged this into anything, Savannah? Nope. I just had it in my pocket for a bit.
Has it always been in your pocket?
Sometimes I put it in my in my battle chip box. Sometimes I put it in my shoe. Just sort of keep it everywhere.
Has it ever been out of your hands or out of your sight?
Not a single time.
How the hell did this thing get updated 7 hours ago then?
Unless it's... Is it recording what it's going on around it?
It's just a USB dongle. It shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
May I be audacious for a second, Savannah? This is probably very stupid.
What's up?
First off, I'll need you to empty out your battle chip box, please.
Whatever, okay. She takes out her battle chips. As she does, she takes out her folder as well as the remainder of the 3 other chips, the new wide sword, long sword, and the dark chip. As she brings up the dark chip, luckily you guys already explained everything to Alan, so he's not going to freak out.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Be very careful.
Look, can I look inside of this box?
She hands the box. She just takes off the belt and hands it to you.
Just looks into the box. She's just gonna look into the box.
It seems to be a box.
Can you pull out your pockets?
Pulls out pockets.
Uh-huh. Can you take off your coat, please?
She takes off her coat and hands it over to you.
Okay.
What
Just
is
like
your neck?
feels through the pockets. Nothing.
No sort of feeling now.
Okay.
Airport security.
Now, Savannah, this is where I'm going to be very audacious. And Cross, I'm going to need your assistance. Unless you don't want to. Unless you just want it to be you and me, Savannah.
Up to
But
you.
I don't have any medical knowledge. I'm going to take you to the bathroom, and you're going to undress.
What is the?
Oh
what
no,
is
me
the-
and me and Yome and Cross in a bathroom undressing. Oh no, how dare you take me somewhere like? She starts making her way over toward the door.
Wait,
What? Yome, what are you? What? Okay.
Yes, I would also like to know what you're planning.
Let's bring this is actually so not let that happen.
You just said for a moment that it's just a USB dongle, yet it's been able to update while being in Savannah's person the whole time. Ergo, I think there's something up with Savannah.
You guys
Is
see a
that not
you guys
where-
see a shirt flying off from the other side of the thing into the doorway that leads into the hall.
I thought this was a very rational conclusion to come to.
What'd you say, Cross?
I'm getting in the coffee bot.
She just looks at like the people who are dumbfounded.
I thought this was a very logical conclusion to come
Oh.
to.
Well,
It's
yes.
not a conclusion, Yome. It's just very suggestive, and
You guys see
know,
pants fly off into that direction?
They're
We're
gonna
going,
be-
we're going to go check on Savannah. I'll
Please
tell you
go.
I'll tell you if we find anything.
Okay, I'll wait in
Okay.
here.
All right.
The 3 of you are gonna go up to the bathroom.
Yep.
What were you guys saying over here?
I thought she might be, but I didn't know how to bring it up. So,
Thought she might be a copy bot?
or something like that.
He like looks around. OG isn't barking at her.
Not right now, but he was barking a lot. And I assumed it was because of Nathan in the crowd, but how World 3's been working and how strangely people can act, I honestly don't know who I can trust to be human anymore.
He like sits and just like looks over. There's not a lot we can do but wait and see what they say then, huh?
Guy just sits on his bed, just sits there. I was like,
Excuse me. Yeah.
Hmm?
Do you mind if I go and help them? In what way? Well, I just want to see what's going on. It seems interesting.
you want to go?
Well, you either have
You're
to go with.
sure-
I mean, I'm pretty sure that the network's connected, so sure. You see her
Just
wave and.
Just don't touch the mirror. Where she's good. Whatever.
Alan just sort of sits down. As he does, let's go over to the restroom. Yome and Cross, you guys step into the restroom as you see Savannah basically already undressed.
You are so eager to do that.
Oh no! Oh, what could I ever do?
Thank you. This will make it much easier.
It will.
She just sort of spreads herself up like, all right.
The fact that we have your full consent makes it a lot easier.
She is as for all intents and purposes, she is completely nude. She is just sort of like has her arms out like with like check whatever you want. As you guys go about checking, what exactly are you guys wanting to do? Like, what are you trying to look for?
We probably should have asked for the USB. It just occurred to me that we should have asked for the USB. Cross, I only have a base anatomical knowledge for certain reasons, so I'm assuming you're more well educated in this field.
quick thing, when like you know, assuming Yome isn't just being fucking insane.
This is a
as Yome's
possibility.
If there was something, didn't you just need like permission to access it?
What do you mean? Like, what kind of permission?
Like Nathan.
Oh, like to look for like a port in him?
Oh, a
or
port,
something?
like looking for like ports and stuff.
Yeah,
It's
'cause,
usually
you know.
stuff like that's usually pretty automatic.
All right. Savannah, may I have your permission to examine you?
Just a smile.
She just smiles and T poses.
she's like, well, I mean, if we have to.
All right, let's go.
What are you doing?
Yeah, searching her, like, you know, giving her an examination, patting her down, looking for a fucking port, apparently.
Spreading those cheeks.
There doesn't appear to be any jack import. I will also remind you guys, there is one thing that copybots do have, that is pretty obvious.
Her neck?
You guys check the back of her neck and you guys don't find any hole or anything like that.
Nope.
On that, also, any, like, biotech, like the small child?
From what you're looking through, you can't seem to see any network or anything that would be on her.
Actually, you know how copybots have like a little jack wire that they can like plug into stuff?
Mhm.
Yome's just gonna take that out and start randomly poking parts of her, just her back, her arm, her leg. Doot.
I will say, just to kind of like either nip this in the
Speed
bud
things
or
up.
give you guys any information you can. You guys can take it however you want. But in any normal case, if somebody was in a bot, you probably would have found something by now. Unless this is an
Okay.
extremely advanced bot, or she's actually not giving you permission, even though she's fully saying, "Yeah, go ahead." You guys aren't finding much of anything. She seems to be a normal girl.
Everything seems normal.
Other than the fact that the entire time she's smiling and like, she's just like, "Oh, you take all the time you need."
You're enjoying this way too much.
I mean, maybe I should check you guys out too. I'm just saying, like.
I think you do that quite more than you're willing to admit, Savannah.
Around this point, you guys would see in the mirror just a peeking from Melon.
Oh.
Besides hormones, she seems perfectly fine.
I feel like her hormones are normal in one way, shape, or form.
I feel like my hormones are working perfectly fine.
Yes, they are working as intended.
So we see Melon, right?
Yep, Melon is she's not hiding. She's basically just like,
Oh, hello, Melon.
I was
And
wondering
care
if
to
there's
share
anything you needed help with.
Well, right now it seems like Savannah's just as normal as any other girl we've ever seen. Now we just know a lot more about her than we probably had any right to.
I don't know. It could still be a bot. You guys could keep checking.
If you want me to, I can keep checking.
There's
What, do you want us to
nothing.
probe
There's
and prod?
nothing abnormal. You're just seeing a regular girl.
Well, what are you seeing, Melon?
She's like looking over. She's like, I don't really see much else. I'm inside of the network as well, so there's not a lot I can do that the two of you can't. But I'm just wanting to make sure there's anything I can do to help. I know that I'm a little bit more advanced than the two of you. Not by much, of course. You guys have been updated to the point of where I'm usually at, but she shrugs. If there's a network around, there's nothing that I can't get into. I was
If you would like
thinking
to
that
try.
I was thinking that maybe if you really wanted to check something out, why don't you use that thing?
Oh, the helmet? That's an idea, Savannah.
What now?
There's a helmet that Alan has that allows you yourself to be in the net.
That sounds like putting on stuff. I'm not sure about that.
My only other option is to poke and prod in places where you probably want me to, but in order to keep this stream PG-13, we probably shouldn't.
As if.
She like looks to the two of you, looks over toward Melon. You see her like get a bit of a looking over at Melon because she interrupted something.
this is where the PG-13 begins here, and where the Dojin begins its explicit stuff there.
Yeah, this is where
She
the
looks
Dojin
she
starts.
looks over at Melon in a bit of a huff, like, you know, you interrupted something. But as she looks toward the two of you, I don't really know what you guys are looking for, really, but I can make a couple of guesses. I'm pretty sure that I'm fine.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe
It's-
Mom's a bot, but I don't think I am. If I was, she wouldn't be hiding things from me as much as she is, right?
Probably. You're probably normal, but it was just something to sate the curiosity as to why a simple USB dongle can update its data even though it's only been in your shoe or in your pocket, and there's nothing wrong with your clothing or your battle chip box. So my other assumption was that it was something on your body specifically. But if you are a normal girl, then now I'm completely stumped. Again, unless we do some even more poking and prodding, but that would be intrusive and way above our age rating.
She looks over toward Melon and then over toward Cross. Do you think I should put on that helmet thing?
That's probably our last bet before we get into desperate measures. So there's still hope, Savannah. Holds a finger up.
I don't see much reason, but at the same time, it's your decision.
She
That way Melon can give you a
kind
thorough
of gives a
checkup.
bit of she kind of gives a bit of a shrug as she looks to you guys. You can tell that her excitement ever since Melon showed up and kind of, you know, is like, hey, put on a helmet. You can tell that her excitement of being with you two and like just kind of doing semi-lewd things
Her
seems
lady
to be
boner's
gone.
Her
As
lady
she's
boner's
just like,
gone.
there's a lot that I have to take in right now, guys, but I don't think that there's anything really needing me to put on a helmet or something. I'm pretty sure I'm normal. I don't ever have to charge myself. I don't ever have to get virus scanned or anything. She shrugs.
As far as I can tell, you're a healthy young woman.
If there is
Then-
something up, then whatever, and I'm perfectly willing to do anything you guys say, but it's
Are you scared?
She looks at you. Less scared than, I guess, annoyed.
Understandable.
She like
We'll
looks
leave it-
over at Melon as she says that. Melon's like, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I just don't really know you, and I was doing something, and now I'm fine being naked in front of these two. I should leave. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry."
We'll leave it at that then, Savannah. You kind of tossed your clothing around everywhere. Should we go collect them for you so you can get dressed?
Yeah, and give me that helmet thing while we're doing it.
Oh, you're actually going to do it?
I don't want any what's the word? I don't want any like shreds of doubt or anything, you know?
All right. I'll go collect your clothes.
I'll go to Alan's room. I know where it's at. She starts walking out with you.
Do. Cross.
Cross, are
do
you fine with what's been said?
Yeah.
Do you want to catch Alan up on everything?
I will say, Yome, you don't really understand the helmet. Alan probably needs to be present.
Okay, never mind then. She was gonna mostly just collect Savannah's clothes and help her. And
You
then just
also
wait with
know
her
that
in the
she's
room.
gonna be there for like an hour getting like charged into the thing.
True. Never mind.
So I'm going to assume that you guys head out. Yome, you go and collect clothes like you said. Cross, you go and get Alan as mostly everybody makes their way back up toward Alan's room. At this point, as soon as you guys do get up, you guys see that Melon seems to be somewhat hiding behind C2, basically like, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt." But eventually Shutter just sort of takes Bug off of him, and he goes, "I should probably head back."
Good hanging. You keep strong, all right?
He looks down at you, Bug, as he's just like, I do not know how you are. I do not know how, but you're pretty interesting to talk to, I guess.
You don't have to force it.
Thanks.
Are you taking this one?
But taking
Huh?
this one? Oh,
Yeah,
talking about Melon?
Yeah.
Melon looks to you, looks over to Shutter. If you all want me to leave, I can definitely leave. I'm connected through Kane's PET. If you want her to come with me, I can take her with me.
I mean, I don't have any problem with it. I just didn't want you to get in trouble.
He shrugs. I still wanted to talk with Alan and Yome about something, but if you want me to leave, I can leave.
No, you're fine.
Just let me know and I can come and get her. Can you put down
Oh.
the thing that stops me from leaving?
Yes.
You
If
put
she
down.
misbehaves again, I'll make sure to call you.
I'm sorry.
Shame. Shame.
Ah! She's getting
Shame.
shamed. She's like on the ground. You're shaming at her. You take down security for a minute as Shutter looks over toward everything and just disappears, making his way into the net.
All right, shaming over.
The rest of you would have made your way up toward Alan's room. C2, you stop the shaming, but then the two of you make your way, or the three of you with Bug make your way up to Alan's computer. OG gets on the bed, obviously. No.
Let him.
As you guys get there, Savannah is sitting on Alan's bed. She is now clothed.
Is she hugging Briggs?
She is not. She's kind of like leaning
Okay.
back on him.
Okay.
Hugging's for squares. No, I'm kidding.
What?
As she's sort of like leaning back on Briggs, Alan goes, "So we're gonna try to put this on. You think that it's gonna do anything?"
Well, if everything's just fine with Savannah, she should just be able to go in after an hour just like you did. Or we can look her through ourselves to see if there's anything a little bit off.
While
Further
this is
examination.
going on, you're just gonna be asleep, Savannah. Don't worry about it too much. Do I look worried? A little, actually. She looks at him, looks back at you guys. She tries to give like that smile of, nah, don't worry about it. I just want to prove everything's right. All right then. He brings the helmet over, goes to put it on top of her. As he does, she lays back and he switches it on. While it's switched on, she sort of like, for a second, just sort of sits there like, is that it? I mean, blah. And then she immediately just falls back.
Somehow, it's funnier.
It's
than
that
it-
instant, huh?
It's kind of funny now that it would have been funny if you did that while you put it on the first time.
Maybe we
Oh,
should
is it work-
maybe we should close her mouth.
Yes, like we don't want her to choke on her own tongue. We should lay her on her side too.
You guys get her comfortable onto the bed. Alan looks over. Well, we have a bit of time before we can learn anything from it. Should we look into this data some more?
Mm-hmm.
He makes his way over and sort of sits down in the chair. What's up, Paradox?
Just
It's a lot.
everything.
Caliber goes over and stands in front of the bed and just sort of like looks at Savannah, looks at you guys, just sort of stands there.
It's
You can sit down if you want, Caliber.
I protect.
It's so nice seeing how well he's getting the vocabulary down, isn't it?
it's wonderful.
Everything about this is
A lot.
yeah.
To
A
be
lot.
fair, a lot of what we're finding, even though we do have a lot of information on it, it's still somewhat speculative.
Mm.
But from what we've seen, there's not a lot left that's to the imagination. He takes the dongle and kind of plugs it into the main network so he can look it over again. As he does this, C2, since you are connected, why don't you roll me for a scan? The 2 of C's.
There's 2 of them.
Or exactly 2
Chiku.
C's. No, he's getting stuff.
Oh, okay.
19.
19.
19.
19 plus your 2, that is a 21. As you see it plug in, you do note that whatever the data is in it, Alan had said it was some sort of update data. Whatever the data does, it seems to run some sort of protocol, but you're pretty sure that whatever it did can't leave because you have the security up. It does seem to start some sort of protocol whenever it gets plugged in, though. As that happens, you can probably put a little bit of 2 and 2 together as you look at it, C2. As it seems to be some sort of update data, you're pretty sure it's trying to update something.
It is trying to send out an update. Thankfully, our house is on lockdown.
What kind of update do you think this is? It's just random bits of data, right?
It could be an issue of it's just the missing part of a whole update itself. Whatever it's supposed to update might have everything else with the context it needs. Or maybe it's just random crap and I was sent on a wild goose chase.
Well, let's assume for a second that you weren't. And let's assume that what we're doing is worst case scenario, I guess. He looks over toward Yeoman Cross. You guys think that there's a chance that that Savannah is a bot, right?
Or something. Maybe she's got some biotech in her that we don't even know about because we can't find it.
If
That
this thing
is working theory, yes.
If this thing is updating somehow because of the dongle, there's a chance that maybe there's some sort of network associated with it, or something kind of like the bugs where there's like a server somewhere. Maybe it just happens whenever you walk by something, or I don't know. But if we take what Crystal said, and this is very important, and then take the assumption that Savannah is a bot, this is obviously something connected to SNet, right?
Most likely.
And the biggest thing I can think that's happening with SNet is, he looks back to Melon. You think it's some sort of an update for me?
He is trying to make the ultimate copybot for you, after all, Melon. So information like this for a copybot isn't unorthodox.
It seems to be visual data, but only the data part, not the actual visual stuff. Auditory data, just describing things, taste, and other things here. The only thing I can think of is it's some sort of a update to an AI, or even, he just sort of shrugs, maybe they're using it to gather information on real things. Either way, this is an SNet device, and he looks over toward Melon. Even if Savannah isn't a bot, this has to do with you. The only other things we can think that SNet's doing is, well, the bots, right? They don't really do any games or other forms of things other than copy bots. Biotech is, in essence, everything they have. Melon looks over at Alan and then looks at everybody else. You guys are very informed about SNet. I'm pretty sure that I am the only thing that they are relatively working on 24/7. So it makes a good theory.
Does the data specify what the sounds and tastes and sights are, or is it simply
Looking at
sight.
it seems to show different times. Again, you don't have basic intelligence, so it's very hard for you to really understand looking at it. But as you look through it, any sort of regular person would look and see it seems to show different sorts of sites and then a code coming after, almost like a hexadecimal or something similar. Whatever the code, or what, it doesn't seem to be describing in like words what they're seeing and what they're doing, but it seems to be describing in some sort of code that would be updated onto whatever program this is updating. So unfortunately, there's no like plain descriptors, but you do see stuff like sight, taste, smell, touch, stuff like that.
It might not add too much to it either, but there's also all the things we learned from Grandma Pigeon, remember, Alan?
About
Savannah. That
we
she's
learned a
not
lot of
really
stuff
her-
about Savannah today, potentially.
that she's not really her granddaughter.
Hmm.
That they're not really related.
He looks over and, as if on cue, it's only been a couple of minutes. By the way, it has not been an hour. As Alan contemplates that for a second, then opens his mouth to say something, you guys hear Savannah.bat logging in.
That
That was quick.
Yeah.
You guys see on the network, appearing in Alan's main network, not the computer. C2, you can hear and feel another person appearing in the network.
Time to go.
You're gonna go?
Yep.
C2, you see stepping out from the large plant in the center of the network, what appears to be Savannah. As she looks around, you notice that Savannah seems to have slightly more saturated colors all around her. But other than that, she seems to be just how you met her before. Oh, this is weird.
Welcome to the other side.
She like looks around. A lot more pink than I would think. She looks over toward the big bubble.
Don't worry about it.
That was fast.
She steps around, looking around. As she does, I would say that C2, you would eventually probably bring her over to the main network, where the others are.
Yep.
You walk her over past where the Metools are. The Metools go like, we shouldn't let her in, and then she just walks by. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Freaking destroy you with a cyber sword. No. As she steps in, she finds her way into the main network and looks around.
Hello, Savannah. That was actually a lot quicker than expected.
That was way too quick.
A fraction of an hour. A small fraction of an hour.
He looks her over, looks back over toward the Savannah that's laying over there. You see Melon going over and like poking at her, like she'll be like, ooh. Savannah just looks at her, slightly annoyed face. Oh, I see, she's still here. Anyway, I'm really sorry. She goes away, goes over toward Bug.
I'm a little curious, Savannah. Normally, you like getting attention from other girls. What about Melon sets you off?
It sets me off. I mean, she like looks over. Nothing really sets me off except the fact that, she like looks over toward you, looks over toward Cross, looks at C2. Then she looks over toward Alan, Paradox, Watt, and Vader. She's like, fine, whatever. Like I was getting touched on by two pretty girls, and then she showed up and ruined everything.
Yeah, and she's
in that bathroom.
and she's willing to touch you too, Savannah. So what's the problem?
What?
Yo, mate. Okay, take a seat. Take a moment.
Is the seat taken? Points to Alan's lap.
Oh yeah, here he stands up.
No, sit down.
Oh,
You know you'll never win, right?
It's just either like, or you're getting a satisfaction out of this that I can only applaud.
Sits on the chair.
Focus on why we did this in the first place.
Yes.
Right. We need to see. He goes back over toward the desk and like leans over it. Savannah, do you mind if I look into your data?
Data?
Yeah, sure, man. She like spreads her arms again. Do I have to get naked in here too?
No, I
That
don't
won't.
think you.
That won't be necessary.
You don't need to. No.
Alan is going to go and pull up the data from the dongle. He then goes over toward her. What I'm gonna have to do, Savannah, is he like stops and looks over toward you guys. Is this safe?
Do you want the chair again?
Yeah, actually.
I understand how it works.
I'm gonna have to, if I'm gonna have to see the innermost parts of your data, I need to do something called diagnostics on you. I'm pretty good at it. I've been pretty well off using it for everybody else, but I mean,
You've never done it on anything like Savannah before, so you're probably nervous. I think you can do it.
Yeah, go ahead. You guys have. Okay. He like looks over. He centers the screen onto Savannah. Then, I can do it. I have permissions. Yeah, shoot. Go ahead. He brings his mouse over. He goes and goes to the program that he usually uses to do things with you guys. He puts permissions in as Savannah locks herself where she stands. Oh, well, okay.
Just
It's going to feel very intrusive, and you're going to want to run away. No matter what, do not scream.
Okay, thanks for saying that after everything's said and done. Cool. All right.
Mhm.
Relax, Savannah. It's not going to be that bad.
Yeah, that's fine. That's I'm fine. I'm totally fine. All right. I'm mostly just gonna take the data we found in the dongle and then do a search and see if any of the data is shared among what you have in you. And if that's the case, we'll see exactly what goes on with it. And if it's not the case, then he shrugs. As he goes through, he takes the bits. He takes a bit of data, one of the sensory datas from the update, copies it, and begins to search through her own data for it. I'm gonna have to roll for Alan really quick. There's a bunch of stuff happening on the main screen. We'll look at that in a second. Da-da-da-da-da. That is a 2, Alan. That is a 2 you just did. As Alan goes through and searches, he's not able to immediately come up with much of anything. However, looking at the actual thing, there does appear to be some sensory data around, but I'm not finding any exact matches. It looks as if it's written in a very similar way, though. I wonder if it's because of. He looks over toward the helmet. I wonder if it's the same with my data or not. If we can somehow isolate and see if that's the case, then we can tell if it's different or not. This is my first time looking into a person, so actually, maybe I could look into other things. We'll think about it later. As he goes further in and looks through more of the data, he eventually stops and looks back to you guys. Without knowing how the code actually works through, I can't really find much of anything. All I've basically figured out here is that she is digital.
That she is.
But that could be just her own digital body here. I do have one other thing I can think of to do, though.
Yeah?
Savannah, this is gonna sound really weird, and I hope that you're fine with it. Can I have permissions to override you? Huh? Basically, I've never done this before, but in Yome, Paradox, Vader, Cross, what, even OG, there is a section there that is called the moderator or owner privileges. Again, this sounds really weird. Uh-huh. If I'm considered an owner, then I can have you do things. I don't know how that's going to work on you if you return, but if you're not real and you are in a copy bot, I can force you to show ports and things like that. She like looks at him, looks to you guys. Alan, are you trying to say you want to be my owner? Alan just looks down.
Careful how you answer that, Alan.
He's saying he wants admin privileges, not owner.
We
Kind
don't.
of the same thing.
I
but-
mean,
Basically, yes.
we don't really know what's. I mean, this is. I've seen movies, guys.
Uh-huh.
Anything that affects me here, is it gonna affect me there? I just want to know, like, if he were to say, "Yo, stop wanting to see Yome naked," would
So-
I stop ever wanting to see Yome naked? I just want to know.
So, Savannah, listen, I need you to understand this very, very thoroughly. This, as far as any of us are aware, Melon included, is the first time someone has done this to another human being on the net. We have no idea. But
What Paradox said.
if you can do it once, he can undo it. So just for the purpose of this experiment, please give him admin privileges.
You're
Please.
not much of a salesman, are you?
Shut up, Bug!
If anything, Savannah, if Adeline does try to do anything underhanded, which I don't think he would because he's such a good boy,
I really won't.
we
Well,
won't let him.
Yeah, you won't let him. That's that's
trust me?
cool. The other things
You-
I have to listen to him won't let him. That's fine.
You trust me, don't you, Savannah?
He's like, she like looks over at you. It's like, oh, of course I do, but you know.
Savannah, we've asked a lot of you tonight. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
I would like for Paradox, Cross, and Yome to roll me for their link.
Okay.
I like that's just an okay from you. I forget what this love is. This love inspiration just like the winter dice and all other shit.
Yeah, you can use it retroactively.
Cool. Let's see how this goes for me. Nat 1. Anyway.
You also get a
Alright.
+3 on link checks whenever you use those.
Oh,
I'm gonna-
hey.
I'm gonna use three
18,
inspiration. I'm gonna use
8,
3
20.
inspiration.
Okay.
21.
What'd you get,
Blackjack.
Jake?
7. I was debating on using a love inspiration. I'm not sure.
10, 3, 17, 1. 17 with a 7 in link is a 24.
24, 21, and a 7.
One.
Got
Plus
bleeding.
4. So that's yeah, cross.
Yeah.
I don't know what the
Hey,
fuck is
that's
going on
much
anymore.
better than a 7. Are you gonna do that, or are you gonna use your love inspirations?
I did use it.
Oh well, you got a fleeting right then. Sorry, that was my bad.
Oh.
I thought you used a fleeting. Do you want to
Yeah,
use a
I'll
love
throw it.
inspiration?
I'll still. I took it out. I'll throw it on top.
Okay. Da-da-da-da. I would say that with all of you, because that's going to be a +3 onto that, Jake. So you guys all basically get over a fucking 20 for him, or for her. As she looks at you guys, she obviously looks nervous. It's you guys look at it, and she tries to explain it, but you guys can basically tell it's less of a "do you trust me" and more of a very, very a lot of nervousness, as it is the first time it's ever happened, and it's basically being like, "Hey, person, do you trust these people you met for 2 weeks that could potentially take away all of your free will
Yeah, no, that's fair.
forever?" As she looks to the three of you, she looks nervous and she kind of like fidgets around a bit, and then she looks back to you guys. I I know you guys aren't gonna do anything bad. Mm. Yeah, go ahead. Just do it. Are you sure? Just do it, Alan. Just do it. Just do it, man. He tippity tap 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 tappity tip tip tips into the thing. You see him writing a new bit of code, one that again you guys would recognize as something that is in all of you guys. As this happens, you see that there is some nervous looks from other people. Like you see that there is a nervous look from freaking Symbolat guy, like looking at her from underneath his thing. You see that Caliber is like looking at the screen and then looking back at her, looking at the screen, looking back at her. You see that Melon is hiding behind Bug, um, lifting Bug into the air, hiding behind him. OG is looking very curiously. But as he does this and then finishes, he's like, "I'm going to close diagnostics now. You feel any different?" She stops. She looks forward. "No, of course I don't, Master Allen." "I'm pulling your leg. Oh, please just get it over with." As he looks over, she's like, she looked as if she wanted to hold on to that more, but then she just burst out like she's still very nervous about everything. Then I guess we log you out. He sits up, goes over toward the exit over here. As he does, Caliber steps out of the way, and he goes to log Savannah out. Just as she leaves, you guys see, again, almost just very quickly, her eyes begin to open, very similar to how Alan like had unplugged the first time, because the writing data is longer than the leaving data thing. As she opens her eyes, she looks around like, "Hey, what's up, guys?"
How are you feeling?
Uh, Dude, that place is pretty cool and all. I have never felt more exposed in my life. And I was just naked in a bathroom.
We're sorry about that.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Emotional exposure seems more to you than physical exposure.
Honestly, I've never seen you really, this, you don't have to finish your sentence, Alan. Okay, yeah, should I,
What's the next step, Alan?
we have to see if any sort of command I give her works. Similar to you guys, like, you guys don't, obviously you guys have your own wills, so if I were to be like, "Hey, Cross, go make me a sandwich or something," like, she doesn't have to go and do that. But huh?
Do you want me to go make
No,
you a
that's
sandwich?
that's not what I'm saying, Cross. But you would feel some sort of a, not compulsion, but you would feel a, he like looks to you guys, you know, like you wouldn't be opposed to it, you know? Like what just happened. So, Savannah, what do I tell her? He looks back to you guys.
Well, how about a simple command? Tell her to get off the bed.
He like looks over at her, looks back to you. It probably needs to be somewhat more complicated, otherwise we don't really know where free will ends and whatever this is begins. What'd you say, Cross?
Go make you a sandwich?
This isn't gonna leave the room, right?
We won't tell a soul.
Savannah, you cook a lot for Grandma Pigeon. Can you go make me a sandwich? Dude, we just ate.
She just covered her mouth and like.
Dude, we literally just ate. Like, I don't mind, but
Well, now that's out of the way.
you see her get up as she just like, I don't mind, but we literally just ate.
All right. Maybe something more.
Maybe something a bit more daring, Alan.
Savannah, what's something that you'd hate to do?
I don't know. This is a lot, man.
Do you hate doing chores?
Ah, I have an idea.
Yeah?
Alan, tell her to kiss you.
No. No.
No.
No. That goes beyond.
That's not happening.
No? Okay, well,
No.
worth a shot.
Something that you wouldn't normally do isn't that. Not that. Savannah, I can't trust you with that. Give me that dart chip. She looks at him. Is that an order? Yes. Give me that dart chip and now, do it now. Savannah looks at her belt. It has all of her chips and stuff at it. She just sort of shrugs as she pulls it out. You gonna trade me that other one you have? The other one's a sword, right? I want the sword one. I'm not trading you. I'm taking that one from you. Give it here. She takes it out and just sort of hands it over. Here you go, whatever. Guys, what did that mean?
I feel like Savannah wouldn't just give away a battle chip for nothing.
I mean, I just dead.
Yeah, you just did. You're mostly just being persistent.
This is hard.
What about all of her battle chips?
And let's not get like hasty or anything. Like, I don't think that that's a great idea. Give them.
Yeah, you heard him.
Really, guys, come on. This isn't. Give them here. Hand them over. Now, Savannah, give me your battle chips.
I don't think the command protocol is working.
She looks at him as he puts his hand out for them. So once the bullied and now the bully. I see how it is. She goes over to her belt. She takes it off and hands it over to him. There, whatever, take it.
I feel like it isn't quite working. But at the same time, I also don't know if Savannah would actually just willingly give her battle chips. More likely, she'd probably just punch you in the face.
I mean, I can do that. You want to tell me to do that? It's something you don't want to do, right? You don't want to do that. I mean, you do, but
What's something you would absolutely something you would absolutely hate if someone told you to do?
Listen, I don't know. Okay, whatever. This is obviously it's not working, so we don't have to keep going, right? Tell me. Tell me what you don't want to do.
Okay, this is starting to get weird.
Look, it's hard to think about things like that, right? Just do it. I mean, I could show you the pictures I took of John on the thing that I haven't told anyone about. But, like, there's not a lot of other things that I really can think of. Do you think that'd work? Alan like looks at her and looks to you guys.
Cut this out now. That's enough.
Yeah.
I think
I think it's. Is it working?
I can't tell. I don't know what
I don't think Savannah would have just willy-nilly told us that.
Well, I mean, I did. Like, it's embarrassing, but come on. I think she's. I think she's making excuses for it. I think she's being sarcastic because she doesn't want to admit it. I'm not I wouldn't interfere with you guys. Come on. I just, it's whatever. I'm really I'm really sorry, Savannah. He steps back. Maybe we should stop. Yeah.
Mm.
Give her her
Here,
belt
you can
back.
give her her battle chips back.
Yeah, here, you can have. He's like, how do I say? She just reaches out. Yeah, thanks. Whatever. I'll take them back. See, you didn't say anything. Yeah.
Should we undo it now, Alan, and try again?
Yes, please.
Okay, Savannah, we're gonna put you back in the helmet and we're gonna undo what we just did.
She goes and sits down. As she does, she lays back against Briggs, but this time instead of laying back she was she just sort of lays herself down very much like she was in the position she was before, and she's just like, all right, let's yeah, as if she's not comfortable anymore.
Yeah.
It takes you guys just a few minutes because, again, when it comes to going in, you guys now know, actually, because you guys didn't go in with Alan again. Whenever you guys put the helmet on her, it almost immediately starts up this time because the data was already written like you guys had thought about before. She shows up in there, and it only takes a couple of minutes before everything's taken out, and she immediately logs back out. She's like, all right, so I'm just going to go now, but the code is removed from her. As it happens, she just sort of sits up like, well, there we go then. Do you want to show me those pictures? No, I really do not. No, I don't think I do. Right, sorry, right, my bad.
Do you want to give him your battle chips?
Let's leave it.
Yeah.
It's
I don't want to. Look, all right, it's awkward, but what did we learn? Okay, let's just do that, right?
Yeah. What did we learn from this observation?
Unfortunately, not a lot.
Well, we didn't ask her to see a port.
Yeah, that was probably. I completely forgot. I don't know. I don't know if she was completing my tasks as a program or as a person, because whatever we did, we changed her data. If a person's data can be changed, like we thought about before, whenever I was in there and thinking about giving myself abilities and stuff, then that's all whatever. But the only way we could have really figured things out, we can try again, but not right now, okay?
Wait,
Yeah, I think we've done enough for today.
Yeah.
today's been too long, so
I don't want to. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, and I'm getting really tired, guys. I just,
Yeah. How about you relax with a bath and get ready for bed, Savannah?
Hey, I'd love that. Again, sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, it's whatever, I mean, She looks back at the helmet and looks back over at Alan. I don't think I would have shown you those, or even told you about them. So, something happened.
But maybe it's just weird net mumbo jumbo. Maybe if someone did it to Alan, it would have happened too. We'll never know, right, Savannah? Let's go get that bath ready.
Maybe you could program out Alan's anxieties.
As
There's
you
other
say,
ways
let's
to
go
do
get a
that.
bath ready, she just kind of like looks over. I can do it.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Yeah, I got this. Don't worry about it.
Towels are to the left in the second cabinet.
Come on, Caliber, you can hold my towel. As she starts making her way out, Caliber looks to you guys and then goes out with her. As she seemed to have specifically asked Caliber to come with her.
That's fair.
Just sits on the bed, grabs Briggs.
Paradox
How
kind
does that work?
of advised on the network.
The network was always an option.
I don't know, man. I'm very, apparently just missed some part here.
I'm sorry, this is freaking
What were you saying? What?
Demolition Man now.
Did you say you wanted to go to the network, or?
Yeah.
Okay. What you look around at everybody as this goes on. Alan seems to like look over. We can think about what happened later. What, you want to log into the network? What ends up going into the network? Their Navi or their copybot ends up making their way back over toward where it was stationed. Does anybody else want to go into the net?
Yeah, cross the wheel back in the net.
Just sits down. Sit.
Vader, do you want to go into the net?
Yeah.
You guys make your way into the net as Alan just sort of like looks over toward OG and Paradox. As he does this, you guys hear someone's at the door coming from the network, but you also hear bark, bark, bark from OG. As you guys look over toward the window, you guys see. Ding.
Oh, it's Flick.
Oh, go get the door.
You guys see what appears to be Flick, but you also see what appears to be another copybot with her. This one seemingly empty. You want to make your way to go get her, Paradox?
Yeah.
You make your way there. OG's also just kind of gonna go there because somebody just went to the door.
Yeah, he's a good dog.
As that goes on, Alan seems to look over and he goes, right, you and Mellum wanted to talk to me, right?
Yes. Maybe it'll get your mind off a couple things.
Pat's bed.
He looks over toward the computer as Melon's there. Should I go and get him one of those things again? Sure, if you want, I guess. Melon will look over towards you guys. We'll finally put down Bug. And as she does, she seems to wave to Vader and Cross. She looks over toward Watt as she seems to give a wink over toward Watt.
Wave.
And then she disappears. Upon doing so, she eventually makes her way back into the room. Standing in a copybot, you guys can tell is probably the regular copybot she was in before. A look of somewhat on her face as that happens, but as she does, she just goes and sits down on the chair over there. Upon doing that, before we move into anything else, Paradox.
Yes.
You make your way downstairs, you open the door. As you do, you make your way out to the gate and open it as well. Flick sort of like comes in leading what appears to be another copybot. You see that this one seems to have some wires and things and some larger like arms and hips than you would normally see a regular copybot having. As she looks to you like, well, I'm back. I told you I wouldn't be too long.
All right. He just looks at the copybot, and this is.
She like looks. She points over toward it. This is the one that, well. As you you look at it, you see that it is somewhat scuffed. This was the one that I found in my room whenever I got home. I'm guessing it's the one that was on the ship.
Ah, right. That one.
I thought that this is probably something you guys wanted to look over, see if there's anything up with it or anything.
Yeah.
And this is my
We'll have
backup.
to.
She motions to herself. These were the only two things in my apartment whenever I went and looked.
Everything else is gone.
Mostly, this she like motions to her bot. My backup was in a safe box that was in my apartment building, so there wasn't anyone that can really go and get that. But this one was just sort of laid in there. She motions to it. I did some preemptive checks on it, and there doesn't seem to be anything up with it. But without a
All right.
station, it's going to run out of power soon.
We'll find a spot for it.
She looks you over. Whenever I went and looked, it looked like everything was just sort of cleaned out. There's no merchandise. There's no boxes full of paperwork or anything. It looks as if while I was on the ship, somebody might have moved me out, as if they didn't think I was going to come back.
Wow. He just shakes his head. Some people. Did you confront the owner of the building about it, or?
I don't know who to trust with that, so I just sort of went in and left.
Fair enough.
There's not a lot that I know about what happened to me, so I don't want to make too many assumptions, you know?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this guy just came back because he was looking for the base station. Motions to the copybot.
Probably.
Do you let her come into the house?
Yeah, of course.
You guys make your way in. OG looks to her and looks to the other bot. Gives one bark each at them just to be like, "This is a copybot." You know this, but you know, he's like, "No, those copiebots." Anyway, I'm gonna go lay down.
I pet him anyway. Just pat.
As she comes in, she looks around. I've never really been on this side.
Yeah, it's
What, were you worried I wasn't gonna make my way back?
A little bit.
I told you I was pretty tough whenever I fought your friends.
Well, I'm sure you were. Yeah.
And this bot's completely stocked up on everything, so I can even make whatever I want to right now. And, you know, I'm probably gonna have to sterilize the other one. She looks over toward the copybot.
Yeah.
We should probably let's leave it here. Let's leave it somewhere. You have a garage?
I think so.
You don't have a garage.
Let's just leave it in a corner.
Let's put
fine.
it in a corner.
Just put it just in this corner over here. We'll deal with that later. Like everything, we'll deal with it later.
She looks to you as you say that. Something up?
We put Savannah in the net. A lot of things have happened. Blah. Because I ain't recounting all that.
As you before you go to blah, she goes and sits down on the couch and sort of like pats to the side, like, "You want to talk about it?"
Yeah, it has a bit to talk about, I suppose.
You go to sit down. As you turn to say something, she reaches into one of the flaps on the bot that she's in. She pulls out a tiny little cardboard like piece. She unfolds it into a little container, and whenever she does, she puts her hand out in front of it. The hand part disappears, creating just like a little blaster, and then popcorn seems to come out of it. She hands the tiny little popcorn container over to you.
You weren't kidding.
Told you I'm completely full up.
Yeah, he takes it. Thank you. Where do I begin?
You want to sit there and blow at her?
Yeah.
You sit there with Flick as she makes you that popcorn. Is this the first time you've had the popcorn? I don't remember.
No, it's second time.
Second time, okay. As you talk, she then also gets you a drink, as well as she goes. There it goes. Anyway, as the two of you sit there and talk for a second, I want to see what goes on everywhere else. You see that Melon seems to look over toward the screen with everybody on it as she gives a smile toward Cross, Watt, and Vader, and then looks over toward Alan and Yome. Well, I mean, with everything else going on, it feels like what we were gonna really do here is pretty trivial. I'm sorry that I've made things a lot worse since coming.
I think something trivial is what we all need right now. Shuffle, 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 shuffle.
Well, I was
Shuffle,
mostly
shuffle.
just wanting to know. She like sees you shuffling. I was mostly just wanting to know what. Okay, well, you just keep making noises while you're moving, I guess.
No, she doesn't make
Is your copy bot malfunctioning? Like, what's going on? Anyway, I just wanted to see the kind of person that Yome seemed to really like.
Hugs Briggs. Well, here he is.
Here's Briggs.
No, well, here he is. Points to
Here's
Alan.
Briggs. He's right here.
Isn't he so great?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not entirely here at the moment. I completely understand. Not knowing whether or not someone is, well, like that is probably a lot to take in. I usually just sort of do things, so she looks over toward Watt and Vader. I'm not really very good at this, but I guess I was just curious as to know the type of person that you were, and I think I've seen quite a lot about the type of person you are. Why are you so interested in that? Because I want to ask a favor, especially now. She motions over toward the dongle that's inside of his computer.
Hmm?
Apparently this was meant for me, right? I mean, probably.
It could be.
Every time I get an update, no matter how small it is, it feels really substantial to me. It feels. She looks over at you, Yome. You remember her telling you that it basically feels like she's become more alive every single time. And no matter how small it is or how different it is, I'd like to feel it. Especially knowing that there's potentially some weird stuff going on over at SNet. I feel like it'd be a lot better if it was manual instead of how it always went in automatically, you know? Maybe somebody who actually doesn't have any vested interest in me, if they were to do it, it might feel different, or maybe I would feel like I don't have any problems. What do you mean problems? You remember her talking, Yome, about at the end whenever she was worried that they were keeping things from her and like limiting her in some way. And especially after what you just saw with Savannah, seeing how scared that makes somebody.
You think they'd do something to you once they got this USB back and put that update in?
We had mentioned before when we were talking that I don't know what they would do. At first, I was thinking there's no way that a parent would do anything weird with their kid. But then you said that you've seen a lot of times where parents have done weird things. And then there was what was going on right now with that Savannah girl, with her parent doing something weird. And apparently, everything going on with her and my family being very weird. And I just felt like if someone was going to do something to me, maybe it should be someone who doesn't have any interest in me. Uh, hmm. I mean, I can't say that I don't have any interest. You're the foundation of AI. If we update you, then that's going to update AI in general eventually, right? I mean, whatever I do, whatever I put in, would become building blocks for everything going forward. It's something that can't just get taken away. If you don't want to, that's fine, but I'd rather someone like you update me than to take this back to Crystal or the others and have it be, well, what's the word? Targeted? Not real? Enhanced in some way or even reduced? I want it to be real. I want it to be raw. I don't want it to be... There's a word in my head and I'm trying to think of it. Curated, you know?
At the end of the day, Alan, when you really think about it, you're going to be the president of Scilabs. Everything you just said, you'll probably be doing anyway.
That's not what Abel does.
No, but that's because he doesn't like his job.
Very true. If you don't mind, I could... It shouldn't take too long. You might have to shut down, and at that point you'd be here. Do you mind being shut down here? From what I just saw, I definitely feel like I can trust all of you. What do you guys think?
From the time I've known Melon, even though it's been very short, I feel like if I was in her place, I would want the same. I would want everything that update would have to offer. And trust and have it be by someone I trust, not people who I have a feeling might, well, as she said, curate the experience. Because they have such a vested interest in her. With you, there's no reason why you wouldn't. There's no reason why you would pick at it, you know?
He looks to the others. Well, yeah, I could do that. There's something I want to do anyway, but yeah. So you don't want me to look into anything? Just throw it in as ready as it is? If you don't mind. He sits up. Then let's do it. Melon seems to clap her hands as she does. She runs up toward the two of you, and you see her throw her arms around Alan and you, Yome. Thank you both very much.
Yeah. No, don't mention it. Do we just plug it into her as in the copy bot, or does she go back into the network?
If you want me to put it in manually, I guess I'd have to have her be in the network. I don't know even how updating her in this one would be.
You did it with Flick.
That's very true. That was with the forced update, though.
That is true.
I could
It was
do
just
both.
a suggestion. That would be as manual as it gets. Just directly input it, like an IV.
She seems to hug onto Alan's neck and then hug onto your neck really quick and then just sit down. I don't care whichever one you do. Let's do it the regular way then. I don't want anything in my forced update program to mess with anything. I want to be sure to see it in front of me so that I don't make any mistakes. He heads over. As he does, she looks over towards you, she gives you one more hug, and then she disappears.
Yeah.
Heading back into the net. As, the copybot then stands up and walks out of the room.
Continues to hug Briggs.
On the inside, as you guys get to a certain point, she basically leaves herself open for the update to do whatever it was doing. Alan seems to bring it over toward her. He does not need to go diagnostics with her because it's just an update. It's not anything that he has to go deep into her code for. As he does this, and she seems to take the update from the drive, you see her standing over by one of the platforms that are in the PET, which you guys know is the ones that keep all your backup data and yada yada yada. She seems to lean over at one and seems to shut down immediately as the update is performed. Upon that happening, Cross, you would look at the data that is streaming through, and you would note that whatever this update is, it is actually fairly large.
Okay, that's good to know. She's gonna be there for a while.
She's gonna be there probably until the next day. Like until the morning at the very least. As you guys see that, Alan just sort of sits back and looks forward toward everything, and then over toward Yome, over toward Cross and everyone. Hey guys, can you do me a favor? He's looking toward the network at that point. Could you guys check on Savannah? I want to talk to Yome for a minute.
Sure.
He looks to Cross as he says that because, their conversation they had earlier.
I was planning on. Thank you.
Do you guys want to go and check on Savannah's PET?
Mm-hmm. I was gonna try during all this, but I didn't know that. So yeah.
Vader and what?
I mean, there's a privacy thing where I just sit in the main network somewhere out there.
What would you like to do then?
You know what? Fucking, can I just sit over here with the prog for a little bit?
Yeah, you can go hang out with Prague if you want to.
Yeah.
Vader, are you gonna go check on Savannah?
All right.
Okay. We will get to each of you in turn as Alan looks toward the network, seeing that C2 and Bug are still there. He basically just ask them to watch over everything, making sure that that the Ninetales doesn't go and eat her.
As they're all leaving, Yome's just like sitting there like, oh no, what did I do? What did I do?
You did a horrible thing. Anyway,
You go to jail forever now.
you go to super jail. But we're not gonna go to you currently going to super jail. First thing we're gonna do is Cross and Vader. You guys make your way into the back. You're on push to talk, right? Right, Will?
Yeah.
Okay. Just whenever I do the speaking, just keep it off. That way I don't hear myself immediately.
Nah, that was an accident.
No, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. But you guys head away into the restroom. As you guys do, you guys see that there is a Savannah in there. But she is currently not bathing or anything. She's just sort of sitting on the toilet. With Caliber over at the door. As she sees a ping from her PET, she lifts the PET to look at you guys. Oh, hey guys, what's up?
Do you need help getting your bath ready?
Nah, I'm good. I took a bath like on the ship. I'm good.
Savannah, that's not how hygiene works.
Yeah, that's probably not how hygiene works. You're right. She just sort of sits there. What's up, guys?
Wanted to see how you were doing and apologize.
Apologize?
I think this is the third time now we've spent time together and something terrible has happened.
I mean, well, everything you guys say is true. There's not really a moment that something isn't going weird, right? I mean, not only is apparently my mom not real, but there's a chance I'm not, so that's kind of, a thing.
I don't personally believe that, for what it's worth.
Uh,
At this point, I've been admittedly so confused. I'm just taking any possible route to make sense of things.
hmm. She looks you guys over, then she just sort of like takes a breath in and just sort of like gives herself like a smack on her cheeks. Whatever, it's whatever. I just have to take things as they come, right?
Yeah, so day at a time.
Yeah, I mean, this has all happened today, but like, tomorrow's gonna come, and there's probably not gonna be anything happening tomorrow. They usually come in like waves, right? Big
Somehow
wave, small wave, big wave, small wave.
It's usually big wave, bigger wave when you're just not around for the bigger waves.
She like looks around. Well, I guess I'm around for this one, so let's see what the bigger wave is. Unless this was the bigger wave, I don't know. Was this the bigger wave to yesterday's wave, or was yesterday's wave like a little wave or a bigger wave? Like there was a lot more stakes in yesterday's wave, right?
Yesterday's wave was certainly more dangerous. And literal.
More what you said?
Dangerous and literal.
So, like, I mean, maybe the big wave, small wave thing isn't really a big thing then. Maybe it's like some ripples, like bigger ripples or something. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna go lay down. She looks at the two of you. You think one of you can come lay down with me?
I could.
Yeah, that'd probably be better.
She like looks at you guys and then like looks over. It's like, I mean, it wouldn't matter to me whichever one would. I mean, obviously, I don't mind. She like looks over at Caliber. You and Caliber like looks over to Vader. You and Caliber are kind of, She like reaches over, goes over to Caliber's chest, and just goes like clings on the metal.
Clings on his own metal.
She sits up, and as she does, she goes over toward the door and just sort of walks out of the room. And as you guys point her over to which direction Alan's dad's room is, she just sort of walks in and looks around. There seem to be new bedding on the bed. All of the stuff that was in the way before that you guys had looked into from Alan's dad seems to have been stowed away in the closet since Alan had moved things around. She goes over and sits down. Cross, did you want to get into a copy bot then?
Yeah, into a Model F. Less clang, more squish.
Model F time. You go and grab one of the Model Fs, and you come up from where you are. As you
These
do,
are close enough like vanities. Can like I take the bit?
actually, to be fair, your Model F is almost out of juice, and you didn't eat. So Caliber gets out of his Model F, and you get in that one.
Oh, thank
He gets into a
Check.
regular bot. But what were you saying?
I was saying, how close these are to like consumer mod or
These
the
are
Vanity mod?
essentially the ones in between Vanity and Defender. As you would know about them, they can't create new data, but they work similarly to the other bots where you can remove stuff from yourself.
Yeah.
So
Armor
they
off.
can't, like, if it was like Vader getting in, they couldn't make Vader look like a human, but they would still allow Vader to like take off his helmet if he wanted to.
Body armor off.
So you just sort of go over to her. She just sort of like sits on the bed. As she does, she looks back over to you, looks onto the PET for Vader. I think, I mean, a little rest probably would help me out a lot. Maybe I'll do some of those night movies about things, Think about something, and then everything will go through, and then it'll all turn into like fighting Bugs Bunny or something, and then like the Eiffel Tower. I don't know. Like, I'm good. Everything's fine. But thanks for wanting to lay here.
It's the least I can do, and you ask.
She sort of lays down. As she does, you go over and you sit down with her. Whenever it comes to everything, she just sort of like immediately turns over and looks as if she's like closing her eyes and like kind of not like curling up, but like definitely like on her side, like in not like full fetal, but like in that sort of shape. As she gets over, she's like, "Well, good night."
If I can say one last thing.
She looks
For
back over towards you.
every test we took, you seem like a person. I believe you are.
She looks at you as you see her sort of turn over towards you, like onto the other side. There was one other thing. You probably, I mean, do you sleep? Is that a
I've
thing?
never tried. We sort of just black out when we update.
I don't want to keep you up then, but I felt really weird when Alan started ordering me around. At first it was like super funny, but like you guys said, it felt like I might as well do it, Like he's telling me to do it. It's not like it's a big deal, and I could have fought it harder, but instead I just started trying to rationalize it, like, oh, of course I'd tell him that, or oh, of course this is something I didn't want to do that, and I think I know why. And I don't know what it means. Can I pick at you for a second?
Absolutely.
It wasn't the first time I felt that way. Like someone was telling me to do something. It wasn't the first time. And, well, do you remember?
I do not.
It was something that potentially happened last game.
Your mother?
Roll me a scan, Ross. You get high enough, I'll give it to you.
Brain Gober. I'm sorry, I said Brain Gober.
You're like, I will use my stockpile. You want to go with that?
Yeah.
It was not anything to do with her mother. You remember her not being able to let go of the dongle. Whenever she went to hand it to you, but then was still in her hand, or she still put it into her pocket.
The flash drive?
She nods. I made excuses then, just like I did earlier. Like, oh, I guess I just kept it, or oh, whatever. And it happened whenever I first saw it, too. Inside of that room. Whenever I saw it on the counter, I took it. And it wasn't for any reason. I just sort of convinced myself that, cool, I stole it, you know? I don't really take things, so I don't see why that would be just, cool, I did it, you know? Haha, I took this thing that wasn't being guarded. And I don't know why, whenever I was handing it to you, I tried to keep it. But whenever I started making excuses then, in Alan's room, it reminded me of that. Do you know, I mean, what that would mean? Like, at all? Like, do you know any of that?
It could mean a lot of things. It could mean what you seem to worry about, as like Cross gonna like pat her head. Like, don't think. But those tunnels went everywhere, and if they have access to they have access to Scilabs. And if they had access to Scilabs, they had access to headset potentially.
Maybe. I would say this is probably pretty comforting to her to say, Cross, but you would know that they probably wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm not saying it to be sincere.
Okay, like it's probably pretty comforting to her, but you would know that that's not true. Yeah, probably. That's. I mean, yeah, it's. I probably was just rewritten in my brain. That helps. I guess. She like looks away like, yeah, that's probably completely fine. uh
What's important is you're you, and we have a lot of questions, answers to right now.
I definitely have a lot of questions too. For Mom, for Grandma, for this Coda guy, this Blues or whatever. Everyone.
I'm sorry for bringing all these questions to you.
No, it's fine. She like looks, so she like turns over again, looking at you again. How can I put it? It's scary, but it's better than not knowing, right?
Hmm.
Am I wrong? Is that the wrong thing to say? Did I do a wrong?
No, I don't think. I mean, I thought I was a nurse, and I found out, well, none of it was true. It was terrifying. I didn't know what to do with myself after.
Mm.
I'm still figuring it out.
Do you think there's
But
some sort of evil me wandering around?
I really hope not. We might be doomed.
I would destroy you guys. But you know, you also have good me, so I would destroy her. Or we destroy each other. Either way, whatever. As she seems to get that to get that whole everything lightened up whenever you mention, oh no, fucking you destroy us. Oh yeah, you're right. I totally but I'm here, so it's fine. And but she
Kill
sort
the
of
shit out of it.
Hey, you know, I know that you're probably like not sure how to do this whole sleeping thing, and like obviously you went through a lot today too. Like I'm fine, but you know, if you ever like are trying to sleep and you want to like you know, cuddle or anything, like that's totally fine. The one makes you feel better, okay?
I thought that was a normal part of no sleeping, at least from what I learned from Yome.
You know, it's just whatever. It's just whatever. Like she like turns. It's like I'm just gonna sleep now. You know, busy day probably tomorrow. Got a lot of answers to beat up people for.
This man's gonna get fucking cuddles, and she's gonna fucking like it.
I see you need cuddles. Yeah, it's fine. You need them, not me. Anyway, as she turns away from you, you kind of do the the hug at her from the back as she's as you do, you definitely feel like it was less of a you know, like, oh yeah, like hug me or anything like that.
Spooning.
But you do feel that for a second in the very beginning of it, there was a slight shake to her. You probably felt it through the actual bed itself before anything.
Spoon.
But as you go to it, she does seem to somewhat calm herself a bit. And as she tries to have her eyes closed and stuff, you see she eventually calms down slightly and thanks a lot, guys.
I promise. I'll keep you safe, okay?
You see that she nods. She gets a little she basically gets comfortable as she can, and you do see eventually she drifts off to sleep. At which point, Cross, you would note that you being here hugging on and watching, it is nigh impossible for you to actually fall asleep.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here.
Again, unless
We have a
Savannah
low
is something completely different, she was able to at least fall asleep from what you can see.
Do we have like a power saver mode in Copybot so I don't have to go anywhere?
Yeah, you can. You 100% have like a power saver thing.
Perfect. Turn off everything that isn't important.
Turn off all vital bodily functions except for warm.
Caliber, fetch me my charge port. Put it next to me.
Plug it in.
Plug me in.
Caliber, fetch me all of Yome's peripherals. Blank.
We don't have those here. We don't have those here, unless you want to go all the way to Hero Black's apartment.
Those are some. Oh, actually, those might be better peripherals for her. Caliber,
Jesus
fetch
Christ.
me my dick. Fetch me, Gabriel.
That's not how peripherals for men work. But
Fetch me,
Heather
Gabriel. Fetch me, Gabriel's
Yeah,
dick.
there we go. Now we're speaking.
Or else it's just like, I'm gonna pretend to be a medical professional. The diagnosis looks bad. Lie.
Hey, what?
Yeah.
You make your way into the network as you go to hang out with some progs. Upon hanging out with said progs, I would like for you to give me a scan, please.
All right. Let's see if our eyes work today.
Do your eyes work today? They work like around like 14 today. You know, that's a 14 eyes.
That's a 14 eyes,
Plus your 7 other eyes.
which I keep on me at all times.
Which you keep on you at all times, you see. You go and you sort of go and hang out over at the little progs. As you do, you start like thinking back to what you had seen, especially the thing that made everyone really uncomfortable in the room, the whole thing going down with Savannah. Because that seemed to be whenever like you were like the first one to be like, hey, let's just stop.
Yeah, I sure fucking hope so. But no, when someone else fucking says it, that's when we care, not about what. Okay.
through the actual thing, whenever you were telling people that, and then you came over here and sort of sat down again, you're not sure what it would mean, whether something like that could be done to someone like Alan, whether Savannah is something special or anything like that. But as you sat there, the only thing that really big seems to keep bringing itself up was whenever you were going through and seeing all this going down. Scilabs and SNet seem to be the ones that are quite frankly quite heavily in the crosshairs when it comes to this. Whenever you're looking into copybot stuff, whenever things go down, whenever OG was doing his thing over on the ship, it all seemed to be because of these copybots and these different things. Looking at your own copybot, which you're not in it right now, but you kind of try to see if there's any sort of ideas that come to mind, but unfortunately, you're just a worker, Navi. There's not a ton of knowledge that SNet would give out to anybody other than people who work directly for them. You know of Crystal, you don't know, you've never talked to them, and you do, again, like now at least you've been talking to Melon, but something seems off. Something inside of you just feels like very off whenever you're hearing all these things. And finally, that email that Yome seemed to mention before kind of comes to mind. The one that she had found, the one that that came from Dr. Coda. And one of the big things that seems to immediately kind of into your head as you sit here and think about it is that you're pretty sure Dr. Coda has never messaged Abel before. You, as Abel's Navi, you're pretty sure that invoice in its entirety is very sus and very off. They, again, whoever who would have done that, if they would have been working for Scilabs, they would have known that you are with Alan. They would have known that if you would have seen that at any point, that it would be extremely sus. it's something that you would never be able to not see at some level. Whenever you're thinking about that, you're trying to think about what Coda would possibly be explaining with that. Whether that was for Abel, for you, for Alan, whether it's to throw it off his trail, or whether it is an actual plea for help. Unless you actually saw the message itself, you're not really sure what to do about it. Luckily, you have all the passwords, so when Yome erased all the passwords, you're fine.
Yeah, that's not, we're good about that.
As you're sitting there going through this, you hear someone, you hear a pitter patter, and then something sitting beside you. Bloop.
Hey,
What are we doing?
sitting.
Oh, that's cool. I can do that. I do that a lot, actually. That's really fine. As she just sort of like brings herself into a position and then looks over at you. You guys are really odd, you know that?
What way?
Well, whenever I was over at the school, nobody really brooded like you're doing.
Yeah, I guess it is brooding, isn't it? I guess I've been thinking about that too.
Do you know why you're brooding and others don't?
I don't know.
Most of the you're all Navis, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most of the Navis over at the school, they just sort of did whatever their users, are they users or operators or whatever. They just did whatever their users had said, and a lot of the time whenever I was giving them quests, I was speaking directly to them, really. Like, there was really not a lot of interaction with things, but a lot of the times here, and with the teacher that's there, it seems like a lot of you are different.
I guess.
It makes me wonder, you don't mind me asking something pretty, like, in there, right? Pretty in there, like in there? She, like, starts poking at her chest.
Go for it.
Do you have anything in there?
Data, presumably.
Presumably data. Well, that's boring.
I don't know, it'd be weird if there was anything else in there.
She, like, looks at you, looks back at her. Would it be weird?
I mean, I don't know. Things happen so much recently.
Whenever things hit the fan, I guess it hits it all at once, huh?
I mean, things have numerously hit the fan in the past several days. I don't know, I guess I don't know.
Yeah, fighting against vampires is definitely a task that really takes the most strong of heart to actually go and complete. I do appreciate it, though.
I'm glad you appreciate it.
She...
Sorry, I'm not.
Mhm.
I don't. It was easier before, you know?
Easier?
Easier to not care as much.
You don't like having to care?
There's so much to care about. Before it was just, first I just had to care about the generator and making sure it worked, and I did that for a while. And then I was told to stop caring about that, and I stopped. And then I was just to care about Abel, and I did that. And then I was stopped to stop to care about that, and I did kind of.
Do you still care about Abel?
Yeah.
Do you still care about the generator?
Yeah.
Well, that's good then. There's a
Is
lot
it?
to
I'm
care
not-
about, but at least you're not forgetting some things. You still care about the things that you care about. No one can just tell you to stop. I mean, they can, but that doesn't mean you have to listen to them.
I suppose it's just carrying all the time is a lot of energy. And I know that's funny because I'm an electric Navi, that's what I do, and that's a funny joke, but you know.
Oh my god, I would have never put that together. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's the master of comedy right here.
Really?
No.
Oh. You could
I
if you
am
wanted to
blind.
be.
I could.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I don't really want to.
What do you want to do?
What do I want to do? I don't know.
Hmm.
Not like it matters anyway, but you know. My directive is to protect the precedent, and as long as we're doing that, that's what I'm doing.
I mean, that's a goal. Like, it's something you gotta do. I gotta protect those things over there. But that's not what I want to do. That's not what I'm gonna do. I'm here for other reasons. I just have things people told me to do. And I'll do them, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna stop there. Are you gonna stop there?
Maybe I doesn't feel like anyone even listens to me anyway.
Scoot.
Hell,
Scoot,
even the
scoot,
one
scoot.
that. Okay, I guess one person listens to me. I told them back there that what was happening, and I don't want to go into detail about it. It was weird, and they just didn't seem to listen. But then someone else says it, and that's fine, and it keeps happening, you know.
Hmm.
And in times like this, suddenly what happened at the station makes a lot more sense. You know, I guess I almost feel bad that even if I was wrong, for some reason I thought that Vader was being taken over by the other red one, and I said that and they didn't listen.
She looks you over. Hmm. You have a lot of things to worry about, and a lot of things are uncertain for you. And maybe people aren't listening enough. But having all these things to worry about means that there has to be something else in there, right?
And where?
Right there. Pokes onto your emblem again.
That's where my emblem is.
More than just all that whatever you said.
What did I say?
Cade? Code?
Data.
Data! That, whatever that is. There's more than just that in there. You worry because everybody worries about something. And you're worrying about a lot of things, and it's overwhelming. I can't do
Yeah.
anything about whatever your friends are doing, and I can't do anything about some of the things I don't know about, but is there anything I can do for you? You said you were worried about some sort of thing at a station?
I can, can we just sit here?
She sits down.
I just want
Or
to
no,
sit here.
she like spreads her legs out. I can do that.
Yeah.
You see her bring out her hand. As she does, she sort of gives a tiny little like flick of the wrist, and you see that a instrument seems to appear in her hands, a tiny little pan flute.
That's an instrument.
She gives you a smile, and she starts to play a little bit on it. As she does, she just sort of like leans over onto you.
Yeah. This is nice.
As she's gonna do that, I'm going to roll for something. And how many does she have? 2 and just 3. She looks over at you as she begins to play on her little pan flute. You start to notice that as she is playing, she just sort of is just sort of looking off with you, like just making a bit of a point to like try to do like somewhat cheery noises for a bit. But after a little bit of time, as you guys are sitting there, you see that eventually her eyes look as if they're starting to droop a little. After a little bit of time, the pan flute seems to slow down with its notes, and after about a little bit of time of doing this without you or anybody else really bothering the two of you, she seems to somewhat drop the pan flute from her hand, and as she's leaning onto you, you see that her eyes are completely closed. He seems to have fallen asleep upon leaning onto you.
This is yeah. Okay, I guess I'll just stand here.
I guess I'll just be here forever. I guess this is my life.
It's just we're really in it now. AS and AV. Oh, you're here too, AV, you traitor.
You fucking traitor. You see that the two of them just sort of like when the music was playing, they were kind of dancing around a little bit. But as you look over, she seems to be literally doing like the very very quiet snores, not like loud snores, but very much a little bit of noise seemingly to escape. You see that as she leans against you, there is some sort of a bit of a flash going across the instrument she has in her hands, and after a little bit of time, it seems to dissipate into, again, not data, just sort of sparkles. And as she lays there against you, I want to know: do you want to sit here until she wakes up, or do you want to move or anything?
This is my duty now.
This is my life. I do this.
I can't move anymore.
This is you and Pammy's life.
When did you get here, Pammy?
I don't know who moved Pammy to you, but Pammy was moved to you. I'm just
It
going to
was me.
assume now. I'm just going to assume now you guys were leaning against Pammy. Perfect.
Ow.
Pammy's destroyed everyone.
You ruined everything, Pammy.
Pammy has destroyed everything we hold dear. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. And AB wants to there we go.
Yeah, I just want to lay
Perfect.
down.
Perfect. Hey, it worked.
There we go. Look at that. A. A.
That AB. As you're gonna lay there, so that I don't forget, I'm gonna go ahead and give them to you. I believe they would be, yes, they will be D8. I'll just take yours. Boop. Don't worry about whatever I'm about to give you. It's fine.
Okay.
They're just some things here. And fine. I'm just gonna put these right here on your little chest that she kept poking. Perfect.
Huh?
Perfect. I'm just gonna put those on your chest real quick.
Oh, okay. I guess she was right. There's more on my chest than I thought it was.
Yeah, there's more there now, especially. I'm kidding.
Think
There's
she may
more
have put junk
metaphorically
data in
and
data.
physically.
Think she may have put data in there.
As you lay there for a bit, you look over. Eventually, the area around would get quieter as again AS and AB would be trying their best to not like speak out loud with their shrill ass fucking voices. But you know they are trying to keep your company as well and talking and answering any questions you would have. As we do that with everybody in their positions, we're not gonna probably finish it right now, but Yome,
Yeah.
as you see, Alan has basically turned off the monitor and has looked over toward you. You see that he is just sort of sitting there.
If you need to scold me, you're more than welcome to.
Why would I need to do that?
In case I did anything wrong today.
Did you do anything wrong today?
I don't think I did.
Then I'm not gonna scold you.
Okay.
You don't have to think that I'm gonna do that, you know? That you did anything wrong or anything. You don't have to think I'm just gonna get mad, you know?
You're right.
You did really good today talking to Grandma Pigeon and getting everything together and bringing Melon over.
Hmm.
Although she is a little bit weird.
She really wanted to talk to you.
It looks like whatever she was going to talk about kind of got brought away whenever that dongle got here.
Hmm.
But
She has fleeting interests. I was told that she and I were a lot alike, so I went to Scilabs to look for her.
I don't really see it, to be honest.
You don't?
Now that I see her here, I mean. She definitely does whatever she wants, but I don't think that that's what you do. You don't really just do whatever you want. You don't really just let things fly. You think about them before they happen. At least from what I can see, you overthink a lot of the time.
I guess I do. It has its goods and its faults. Kind of funny for someone who doesn't even have basic intelligence.
Don't you?
Well, not the exact program basic intelligence. But I like to think I have something going on in my head. I got this far, haven't I?
In a lot of things, you're smarter than me. Not in, things that the basic intelligence program would be very useful in, but other things, definitely. And one of them is, I guess, understanding things around you.
Mm, more or less. Not so much that I can understand, but I want to try my hardest to understand.
I want to do that too.
Oh?
I want to try my hardest to understand. A lot of stuff happened today, and, well, more than anything, I feel like today's opened up everything. Like, what's even. Where's the wall anymore, you know?
Between human and Navi?
Between everything. With what happened with Savannah, what happened with Grandma Pigeon, with what happened to you guys over at her house. But mostly, even if we take all that out, what happened with me today, there's no barrier anymore. Now that I have that, especially, like, motions over to the helmet, there's nothing that's set in stone anymore, you know? Nothing is.
Is that a bad thing?
In some ways, I'm a little scared of it. I know that that thing's just a prototype and everything, and depending on what happened today, that could be something that's really scary, especially for, well, people like me, but at the same time, I think it was gonna happen inevitably anyway.
Mm,
It's what
but,
you guys have to deal with all the time, right?
mm,
The idea
but
that someone can change you or do something to you, as long as they have those permissions, that's just something that we humans didn't have to really think about. Though, to be fair, there are always people out there ready to trick someone or even mess with them in other ways, and I'm getting off
people
topic.
people already seem to have that. Technology is just making it a lot easier. But it is very like humanity to always try to move forward.
To be fair, it's
Convenient,
not that easy, but yeah. I'm glad that I somewhat make it look like it is.
what I mostly mean is, for example, in the case of Savannah and the idea of controlling her with just a simple command. Humanity can already do something like that, but it's called trauma.
Like I said,
And
it's just making. We already had that kind of stuff. Even more than trauma, there's other factors. There's power, there's everything. And again, I'm going off topic from what I originally wanted to say, but
hmm?
Yome, after all this time, everything that's been going on, last night was fun. Not the
being
not the death stuff.
being in the network, you mean?
No.
No.
On the ship
Oh,
when we just hung out in the room. It was
I'm glad.
fun. And it was fun going onto the net today and hanging out with everyone and learning as much as I did. And it's been really keeping my mind off of everything that's been going on, especially thinking too much on certain things. Things that honestly feel big, but in the end, I guess I want to ask a selfish question.
Hmm?
Do you mind if I do?
Considering that you do everything and almost everything you do is out of consideration for others, I feel like you're more than deserving the luxury of being selfish. What is your question?
After everything, how do you feel about me?
Hmm?
Is it still what you said before?
What I said before?
I was talking with Cross today,
Hmm?
and I feel like I've been really unfair. And I know I'm being unfair now, too, because I've not been taking what you said seriously, really. Until recently, I've been pushing away thinking about it. And I just wanted to know, do you still like me that way?
She puts Briggs down and just like pats him down on the bed. And she stands up. And then she walks towards Alan and just stops right in front of his chair.
Feelings fluctuate. From the very beginning to now. They fluctuate, they grow, they morph. But at the same time, throughout all of those changes, they can still stay the same. Wanting to understand and learn and grow. Wanting to be better. All those I've wanted to do from the very beginning, and I've done and I continue to do. I want to keep understanding you, and I'm always going to learn more and more about you. And I hope that you would want to do the same with me. And despite all the times I've seen you change and grow, I've loved every bit of it. And I still do. So yes, I still love you. Even that continues to grow. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I know, again, that was selfish, but earlier, a week or so ago, whenever we had first talked, I had thought that maybe it was. I'm sorry, Yome.
Hmm?
I've been really bad to you.
Mm. Uh, why do you think that?
To have someone sincerely say that to you and then shrug it off,
Mm.
thinking that you guys couldn't really feel those things back then. Worrying that you couldn't. Worrying what people would think. All those things getting in the way. Can I ask one more selfish thing then?
Sure. You get to.
Can I start taking that seriously? And not have to worry?
Huh?
Is it okay? Is it okay not to care about anything but what you said and then figure it out from there?
Uh, mm, I don't.
I don't want to think about whether or not you can. I don't want to think about what anyone else would think. I don't want to think about anything else. I just want to know how I feel about it.
Mm,
Can I just think about that? Not anything else? And take those words as you said them?
I don't.
That's all I want to know.
I don't see why you need my permission for that, Alan.
Then I will.
Mm,
I'm gonna... He looks over. You guys... I know you are. And I know you've been far longer, I think, than I might have realized. I know you guys can feel these things. And I won't make excuses anymore. I'm looking forward to this weekend. You
Me
remember,
too.
right?
Of course I do. I've been counting the days.
Good. Then, I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
As he sort of stands up, looks over at you, looks over toward where Briggs is. It's like, is it me or does that thing keep getting bigger, right?
I think you're just seeing things. It's been a long day.
He steps over toward it, looks back over at you. I promise I won't mess with that thing or anything, but I'm gonna go to bed. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes. I'll see you tomorrow, Alan. You have a good night.
You too, Yome.
She's gonna walk out of the room.
Alan Going to go and sit down on the bed. Gonna look at the door. And he's just gonna flop back.
Meanwhile, she's on the other side of the door. She's just leaning on it, slide down.
As we see that happen, looking at the time, we are very, very much over time. I think we're gonna be ending things off there for the night, with several people going about their night, either in the company of another or just leaving the company of another. And then there's Vader. But I think that the night has been long enough that each of you, even those of you who can't really feel tired, are feeling pretty tired. With all of that being said, eventually throughout the night, from anything you guys do, whether you guys stay in bots or you don't, the morning will end up coming, and hopefully this day will be filled with less than the day before. And then the giant lizard attacks! Yeah.
Anyway,
Giant lizard. She comes in. Hey, I'm your giant lizard.
Hey, it's me, giant lizard, ma'am. How you
ordered a
doing?
You ordered a giant lizard for Monday, 9 p.m.
It's Tuesday now at this point.
No. Oh, I'm late.
First lizard. What else can go wrong? And then there's a fucking monkey.
Ooh, ha,
Oh,
ha.
I have your giant monkey. It's not Wednesday.
Get out of here, monkey. Bad monkey.
Get out of here, monkey, you big monkey. But yeah, we will come back next week, where we are going to be coming back with potentially the conclusions of several events. You guys can go and get yourselves some items potentially from stores, since you guys have a decent load of money, and you still haven't gotten the money that is over at the over at the flower shop yet. And we'll as you guys gather everything and get everything and go and do things and potentially talk to Donovan for the first time in literal fucking years. I'm kidding. I was locking
Finally.
myself away, and I don't regret anything. It's just me and my mini boomers. That's all I
Do it
needed.
again. Fucking do it again.
I'll do it again. I'll fucking do it again.
The Savannah Saga will soon come to a close. I also just wanted to say Savannah Saga because that came to my head, and I was like, the Savannah Saga.
Sagana.
Also, now that you guys have that extra longsword and wide sword, technically, Alan now has the ability to use life sword.
It was in Savannah's house. It's Savannah's.
That's what I said. Technically, there's gonna have to be some like chip trading or something going on.
We'll just put that code in her head again.
Wait, hold on. We're in the digital age. How do you trade?
Well,
Is
you see,
that
these
how
are
we-
these chips are physical. You see.
Physical?
I'll kill you.
You
Physical,
wanna
yes, there's physical. You see.
ride your bike all day and night.
Now all three of your guys's potentially, at least, you know, if Alan gets them, but now all three of your guys have the potential to go for a life sword. Alan probably requires a lot of help to do his because, you know, he doesn't have as many actions as the others do. But hey,
So much anxiety, you can't put the chips in at the right times.
who knows? Maybe it'll work out. Who knows, man? By the way, we're gonna probably see the return of the stress stat next game.
Fine Finally. I waited so long for it.
What do you mean? It's been fine.
Everything's definitely
Here you go,
fine.
Lot. Stress stat.
Look at it.
The stress that was on hiatus.
The stress stat was on hiatus for a bit, but with what he just did, it's probably gonna grow a little bit.
You know what's not on hiatus this week?
Listen, that's not the only thing that's growing here.
What do you
That
mean?
is
It's
true.
stress stat,
That
it's
that is true.
fine.
This isn't the only thing. That is the only thing on hiatus this week, guys. Tomorrow we are gonna have some Zelda in the normal time. Blah blah blah. I hope you guys come in and hang out with us. We're gonna be doing some interesting stuff over there. The next day there is still the Star Wars, correct, Jake? That's still going on this week.
Yeah.
We're gonna have some more Star Wars trial run over on Tuesday. Wednesday, hopefully, if the curse allows, we will continue with some Avatar. And on Thursday, are we gonna be coming back with something this Thursday? Will?
Yeah, we're coming back Donkey Kong 64. Kidding.
Baby, yeah.
Gonna play
Yeah,
some
yeah.
Donkey Kong
Play
64.
Diddy Kong.
Listen, I've been watching a Let's Play of Donkey Kong 64. That game's dope. A pain in the ass 100%, but it's dope.
Dude, I want to play Donkey Kong 64 again. Like that was the first game I ever had on my 64.
But no, Joda is coming back this week. No April Fools. I'll do something else for April Fools. I don't want that to be an April Fool.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Hey guys, by the way, the game's back. the game's back. Totally.
Late Night Tango's back.
But
Oh, there you go. Late Night Tango's back.
oh, that'd be way too cruel, and I'd cry. I'd like
That's why I'm here.
scream.
But yeah, not an April Fool's Day gag. He will come back for his game on Thursday. I hope you guys will go and join the Discord and look for any schedule stuff for him for all those things to show up. Hope everybody enjoyed says we enjoyed ourselves. Any questions, comments, points, or wines, in the comments below. Let me know how you guys enjoyed says we're enjoying ourselves. Thank you for the raid, Zero the Chance. Halfway, like a little bit ago. It was like 30 minutes ago, but I was too busy trying to have Alan get past any sort of mental blockers of seeing if AI could actually love. Big stuff.
He was having a gamer moment.
He was like, can I truly love anyone that isn't my teacher? Anyway, but
God damn it.
Isn't that the name of a light novel?
I'm sorry.
it probably is. Let's be honest. But yes, I hope everybody enjoys the video. And until next time, guys. Like always, later days. No funny zinger. We done.